Two-time world champion and current 35-kilometer world record holder from Spain, a protože tento závod je společný také pro muže, tak si pojďme představit i 5 mužských favoritů. 9násobný domácí šampion ve své zemi a muž, který si v Dudicích před pár týdny vytvořil nový osobní rekord a také nový národní rekord na 35.
So we've just seen the lineup of the leading women contenders, including the Olympic champion Antonella Palmisano, and also, of course, the world record holder Maria Perez, who set that world record in this race just 2 years ago. Now looking at the leading men, Miguel Angel Lopez finished third 2 years ago. This is the third edition of the European Racewalking Championships. I should say Racewalking Team Championships that have all been held here in this spectacular spa town of Podebrady, just 50 kilometers away from the Czechia capital. Here's a man who holds the European and world record at this distance. Massimo Stano, 2:23.14. There's many people thinking that he might be making a tilt at that during the course of the next 2.5 hours. And Christopher Linker, well, he's won many times here in Podebrady at the international event here that's held annually, and also was second 2 years ago behind Alvaro Martin. Well, Martin, he's retired now. It leaves it open for somebody else perhaps to take the honours at this European Racewalking Team Championships. And the man who will be leading the hopes of the local Czech team, Lavak. Lavak, very useful personal best of 2:32.50 as well. You can see there, 9th place in the European Championships in Munich. That was back in 2022. So on the start line, we've got 17 women from 9 nations, 33 men from 15 nations. Well, this is the third edition of the 35 kilometres on the programme for women. Only the second edition for the men, as we kept with the 50 kilometres race walk back in 2021. Now the big question is, can Stano get close to his world record time of 2:23.14 set in the World Championships in 2022? Can Perez do the same, having raced to a time of 2:37.15 here 2 years ago, almost to the day? So this is the Letsky Park in the very centre of this spa town. These athletes will do 35 laps of this 1 kilometre course. C to the 4. Already the German trio of Fretzel, Hilbert and Linker. Spaniards as well up there. Lopez, Manuel Bermudez, Daniel Chamosa and Marc Tour, a quartet from Spain. So we're looking at laps. The leaders probably just outside 4 minutes. Women probably racing at about 4:30. other people behind him. Italians packing well at the moment. This, of course, very early stages of this race. Amongst the leaders, Antonella Parmigiano, the 20-kilometre race walk champion, Olympic champion from 2021. She's making a debut at the distance, so there's a great deal of interest amongst the race walking fraternity to see how she goes. Eleanor Georgi, winner of the 50-kilometre race when it was on the programme in what was the European Race Walking Cup back in 2019. That cup, well, it dates its heritage all the way back to 1996. Good pace already from this leading group. Of course, during the course of the day, this is the first two events. Gold medals going in both individual and team competitions, although very much the emphasis is on the teams as well. We have at 11:25 local time, that's Central European time, 2 hours ahead of Universal Time, which used to be called GMT. 10-kilometre for women, under 20 women, coming up at 11:25. 12:35, it's the senior women's 20k. 14:45, the under 20 men's 10-kilometre race. And then the afternoon finishing off with the senior men's 20 kilometres. Comes up at 1600 local time. So just through on the first lap. There's Lopez up there, Stano up there. Most of the main protagonists. Linka just tucked in there in that group. 4:15. So pretty steady opening pace from the leading group. A leading group of 12 men. Not Tour tucked at the back as well. Well, Tour, another man who's had great success at these championships. And 4:42 for the leading women through the first lap, led through by Elena Giorgi. Quartet of Italians up the front. Maria Perez just at the back of that leading group. Just watching what the Italians are up to, no doubt. Shevchuk, who's got great credentials. Raquel Gonzalez, a silver medalist 2 years ago here as well, when the Spaniards took a clean sweep. Confirmation of the women through the first K. So Lopez pushing hard at this early stage of the race. Miguel Angel Lopez, now 36 years of age. World champion over 20 kilometres a decade ago, back in 2015. Remember the race very well, laying down the gauntlet in Beijing to the favoured local athletes. See, tucked in there, the diminutive figure of Maria Perez. Athlete the back of that pack. I'm not quite sure whether it was one of the men or the leading women who was given a warning. But, at this stage, that's Just really an advisory that the judge is not happy with their technique. Two main reasons for disqualification. If you're a race walking aficionado, you'll know them already, but if you're just joining us and you're perhaps not totally familiar with the race walking rules, you can get disqualified for infractions with not having a straight leading leg, or not keeping permanent contact with the ground. So, as we were expecting, is Lopez up there, Stano, Linker at this stage, all doing very well. There's Georgie. Familiar sight with those sunglasses. Well, it's a little bit overcast in Podebrady this morning. We're expecting a little bit of rain later. So 8:21, so slightly quicker lap for Lopez. When they get to 5 kilometers, we'll have a fair assessment of what sort of pace they're at and whether Stano's world record is indeed under threat. So Georgi up front. So it's a really quick pace from Georgi. At the moment, Perez not going with her. You can see there it's a 1-2-3 at the moment for the Italians. Parmigiano, as you'd expect at these early stages in the race, looking very comfortable indeed. A group like that is not abundantly clear who was getting the warnings. Kratzy up there at the moment, currently lying in second place. Kratzy, 3 times national 10,000 metres champion on the track, and took the Italian titles in this event a little bit earlier in the year and also in 2022. 32 years of age. Currently lying in second place with Georgi racing away at the moment in front. Still Lopez laying down the gauntlet to the rest of them. Linker looking very comfortable at the moment, so too Stanu, slightly shaded by the rest of them. Ben Hilmer in there as well. Ben Hilmer already had one outing over 35 kilometers this year when he improved his personal best to 2:27:51 in Dudince, another famous race walking meeting in Central Europe, just over the border in the Slovak Republic. 12:26 for that leading group. 7 men at the moment. Georgi. Inside the Irishman, Joe Mooney. And he has a personal best over this 35k distance of 2:40:56. So comparable in terms of times with the likes of Georgi. Georgi personal best of 2:41. Had an outing in Turkey earlier this year in Aksu. Achieved that time. So as you can see from the screen on the lower left-hand side, 9-second gap at the moment from Karatzi, and then Parmesano and Perez walking together in third place at the moment. Gonzalez and Montesinos, the silver and bronze medalists from 2 years ago, starting to drift back. Worth remembering that Maria Perez, when she set that world record, won by almost 9 minutes from Raquel Gonzalez. Nice tracking back to the leading Czech walker, Lavach. Personal best of 2:32. I'm sure he'd like to improve on that in front of, no doubt, family and friends out there on this course. See there's some of the wonderful buildings in Podebrady. This town, well, it can date its origins back beyond the 15th century. First entered the maps and the local record books around the mid-1400s. Italy comfortably leading the way at the moment in the team competition. It was Spain that took the plaudits 2 years ago, winning the team competition. Italy silver. At the moment it's Italy doing very well at the front in the men's competition. So it's about 10 degrees out there at the moment, perhaps just fractionally cooler than they ideally would like it. 16:33 for Miguel Angel Lopez, still pushing the pace. That's a 4:13 kilometer. That's very, very good walking indeed. Georgi. ringside. Looking well to her right to avoid any accusations of drafting. Kuriatsi looks as though she's made up a little bit of room on her compatriot. And behind her, the three-woman group, including Maria Perez, battling at the moment for third place. Georgi's just passed through the 4-kilometer point. .434 kilometer. That's really good going from Georgi as well. Karatzi drifting back just a little bit. I thought she was gaining on her, but just lost a second or so on that lap. Parmesano Perez and the fourth Italian, Colombi, 19 seconds adrift of the leader at the moment. So the gap ever widening between Georgi and her rivals. Nice shot there down the field. Two of the Italians there, you just saw side by side. Rossini and Guppioni. And the men starting to lap the women, the leading men. Hilma. Now throwing down a bit of a challenge to Lopez. 2042. So another quick 4:09 lap. Stano up there, Linka just drifting off the back a little bit. Rossini, Laponi and Cerny bunched together as well. Some very good men being left in the shade by this very strong effort at this stage from Hilma and Lopez. I said a few times that Stano's best time of 2:23.14 was world record. I'll just correct myself. It's obvious. Still very early in the morning. It's of course a European record. Evan Dunphy setting a to be ratified world record of 2:21.40 in Budinsa back in March this year. to second place woman, Kuriatsi. But Georgi still flying around this 1 kilometer circuit in Podebrady.
Dalším kilometru v porovnání s předchozím okruhem 4 minuty a 30 sekund, takže skutečně je to konstantní tempo, pohybuje se to jenom
22:55. She's put another 13 seconds between her nearest rivals. Kuriatsi now 17 seconds behind Georgi. Parmesano, Perez and Colombia have just closed very slightly on Kuriatsi. They're now very much a lead group of 4 from left to right as you're looking at them. Well, Miguel Angel Lopez leading the way at the front. Alongside him, Hilmer as they turn the corner. Also up there, Christoph Linker and Massimo Stano. There's the trio behind them. That's Orsini, Guiponi and the Slovak Walker Cerny. .45 unofficially. That's a real injection of pace. That's a 4:03 lap. That is quick indeed. At the moment, these men are walking at around 224 to 225 pace. So we're first 5 kilometers completed. Now into 6 kilometers. Now into the 7th kilometer. Chamosa and Tour. A little bit surprised to see both the two Spaniards that far back. Lincoln's not really ever shown at the front, but he's such a quality athlete. You have to certainly give him a lot of respect. He's doing very, very well indeed at this stage. There's the chasing trio in 5th, 6th and 7th place. Oh, just look at that. We're only 6 kilometers into the race, and Georgi is already lapping women 4:31 lap for Georgi. Now let's see what the gap is behind her. There's Parmesano, looking very comfortable at this stage, and it's grown, it continues to grow. So all the work is being done at the front by Georgi. Kuriatsi still keeping the trio of women behind her at bay by 2 seconds. They're all racing pretty steadily, but that was a terrific 6th kilometre by Georgi. Hilma still pushing the pace at the front. So 23 seconds now behind the medal contenders. This group of Orsini, Guaponi and Cerny. Here's the pair of Frenchmen racing together. Kevin Campion. Patriot. Oriendikinon. So far red cards to Suskavicius and Tour for technical infringements. Still Georgi flying around the circuit. The way she's going, she's looking for a big improvement on her personal best. There's Maria Perez now. Starting to pull back a little bit of the deficit. Georgi and alongside of Joe Mooney going through the 7 kilometre mark in 31:59. Mooney himself is looking at possibly getting close to his personal best. So 4:27 lap from Georgi. Well, she's really making her presence felt. Gap has now grown to 26 seconds in front of Karatzi and another 3 seconds further back. A very illustrious trio of Palmisano, Perez. Colombini, I should say, just to add the third member of that leading trio. There's Quinon and Campion, a little bit further back in 8th and 9th place, the two Frenchmen. It's coming through now, exactly 1 minute behind the leading quartet. Ilma having made a real break on this last leg. Palmisano, very familiar figure. As far as I can see, not wearing any of her usual flowers in her hair. Colombini alongside her. And Perez just at the back of that three-woman group. Interlead with some of the men as well. Colombini, perhaps the less known of the quartet of Italians in the top 5. 2 times national champion, over 10 kilometers. So Italy, as you can imagine, very much in control of the team competition at the moment. Podebrady, of course, a fantastic history with regards to race walking. First major competition here held more than 120 years ago. So Georgi, 36-35 at 8 kilometers. So 4:36 lap for Georgi. Now 29 seconds gap between her and Kuriatsi. Trio behind her falling back a little bit now between Kuriatsi and that trio of Palmisano, Colombi and Perez.
S dalším odstupem je tam rovná cvičená skupinka Palmisano, Perez a Colombi, tedy mezi třetím a pátým místem. V každém případě Elmar a Georgi má dostatečný náskok, teď tedy téměř čtvrtinu trati a mezičas má hodnotu 36.
Still Georgi very much in control of the women's race at the moment. Lopez, well, he's looking to claw back the deficit on Hilmer. Hilmer having just gone past Georgi. Lopez is starting to push Motor a little bit. Stanu following him. Linker, familiar, tall, long-striding figure of the German. On your TV screens, this might just look like it's a stroll in the park on an early Sunday morning, but you need to get up close and personal with these guys to realise how quickly they're moving. So that's the men's team competition. Not a great deal in it at this stage. Italy leading the way with 16. Spain 22, Germany a little bit further back at 36. So that's the 1, 2, 3 from 2 years ago, just in a very slightly different order. On that occasion it was Spain who took the honours. There's Georgi, now starting to break away from her Irish shadow. Jo Mooney, who was with her for the first 8.5 kilometres. But the man in green now unable to keep pace with Eleonora Georgi. Georgi did win when this was the European Race Walking Cup, the 50-kilometre event back in 2019. Lopez leading the chasing trio. There's now a 19-second gap between the men in second, third and fourth, who are in single file behind Mahir Ben Hilmer. 40.46 at 10 kilometres for the pole. So it's about 2:25 pace at the moment for Ben Hilmer. Georgi, 9 kilometres, 41:10. So 19 seconds between Ben Hilmer, and the man you're looking at the moment, Miguel Angel Lopez. Stano, the Olympic 20-kilometer champion in 2021, back in third now. But the Italians doing very well at the front of the women's race. 50 kilometers has come off the championship program for women. Came on at the 2017 World Championships. So 50 kilometers now for both men and women has been superseded by this distance, the 35-kilometer race. Now Kuriatsi has been reeled in by the likes of Antonella Palmisano. Caption showing that she was the 20-kilometer gold medalist in Tokyo. Maria Perez took gold last summer as part of a mixed marathon relay team with Alvaro Martin. 26-second gap between Corazzi and Perez, but looks like Perez, Palmisano and Colombi just tagging on the back of that trio, starting to reel in Corazzi. There's no stopping this woman. Georgi, now 35 years of age, competes for the Fiamma Azzurri club. She's really blossomed in the last few years. Modest beginnings on the international stage. Finished back in 18th as an under-20 athlete at the 2009 World Under-20 Championships. Has since carried on improving and improving. The middle stages of her career, she had quite a few problems with her technique and was disqualified from a whole series of major championships, European and World Championships, but in the last 10 years that has really been resolved, and she's now a very formidable competitor. Showed a pedigree with that race in Turkey, setting an Italian record. That time of 2:41.54 is what she's got as a target today. .45.45, and that indicates that she's in 2:41, inside 2:41 pace. 46 minutes, I should say exactly, is 2:41 pace. So doing a quick bit of math, that's even inside 2:40 pace, just inside 2:40. Well, we've had our first man into the sin bin. Susavicius, the Lithuanian, wasn't expected to be a major contender, but he'll have a time penalty. A few other men there, including Hilmer, the race leader, having got their first red cards. 3 red cards and you end up with a time penalty, and a 4th red card means you're disqualified. Lopez starting to push hard at the moment. So 48-46 after 12 laps, 12 kilometers for Mahir Ben Hilmer. Seven seconds in arrears for Lopez as Stano and Linker go through the line after 12 kilometers, so more than a third of the race undergone now. Georgi go through the 11-kilometer point. Now a huge 37-second gap back to Maria Perez, who's now consolidated her position in second place. It's Ben Hilmer flying away at the moment. This is an outstanding race from this pole. This really is having the best race of his life at the moment. So 13 kilometers, 52:46. Yeah, let's see how far behind the likes of these men, Lopez, Stanu and Linker are. They're really working hard not to lose contact with Hilmer. Well, 32 seconds gap. Gap hasn't significantly grown on that last lap. So some pleasantries, perhaps a joke or two exchange between the Czech and Ukrainian walkers. Moravec. Well, emerging talents in European race walking, as you can see from the caption there. 7th 2 years ago at the European Under-23 Championships. Lopez is pulling away from the Hungarian woman, Victoria Madarash, who was a bronze medalist at European Championships in 2022. Italy still very much in control of both the men's and women's competitions. Italy, of course, one of the real strongholds of European race walking. Lopez doing well. Here, Ben Hilmer coming through. 56:45. 14 kilometers. So he'll go through 15 kilometers in just over the hour. Now, has Lopez managed to claw back any of the deficit? No, but he hasn't lost anything really either at the moment. Miguel Angel Lopez, 38 seconds in arrears. the 20 kilometres back in 2015 under its former guise of the European Race Walking Cup. Also a couple of silver medals to his name. Stanu and Linker starting to drift a little bit away from Lopez over the course of that last kilometre. Now 9 seconds in arrears. This is a really good effort though from Hilmer at the front. Still worth noting though, we're not even halfway into this race though. It'll come up at 17.5 kilometres. So Georgi goes through 13 kilometres in 59:28. So Maria Perez starting to close the gap though, starting to motor without a doubt. Might have heard the infield announcer also saying that. Just 23 seconds now between Georgi and Perez. Perez clearly starting to reel in Georgi at the moment. Georgi racing away at the moment. Just reflecting on that 15k time from Ben Hilmer. 1 hour and 43 seconds. You can just do the math there. He's set to absolutely smash his Polish record of 2:27 if he can keep that up. Looking at a time around 2:22 at the moment. That would even be a European record. We're looking at Stanu as possibly challenging his European record. Indeed, it could fall to Mahir Ben Hilmer. He's had a fairly modest major championship record. Qualified in the World Juniors back in 2008 and didn't really appear at a major international competition until the European Championships last year in Rome, where he took 7th place in the 20-kilometre walk. Went on to finish 29th over 20 kilometres in Paris. So, Mahir Ben Hilmer definitely having the greatest day of his race walking career. Hails from Lodz. And that was a real injection of the pace though over that last kilometre. Now 45 seconds between himself and Miguel Angel Lopez. Lopez himself is looking good for a personal best at this pace. Still Ben Hilmer coming up, about to complete 16 kilometres. 1:04:46. Very, very quick lap indeed from Ben Hilmer. Although he's picked up a second red card there. I didn't notice that before. Just looking at my own information that he's had a second red card, so needs to tread literally and metaphorically very carefully now. Although there is now a 1 minute and 1 second gap between him and Miguel Angel Lopez. So if he does get a red card, he'll be in the sin bin for 3.5 minutes, which will certainly end his ambitions of getting on the podium. Georgi walking flawlessly though at the moment. 64:01, 24 seconds in front of the woman you're looking at, Maria Perez, the Olympic champion, the world record holder at this distance. Olympic champion, of course, in the marathon mixed relay. Group battling for the bronze medal at the moment. 3 Italians, Colombi Palmarzano, and the woman who for so long in the race was in second place. Coriazzi. absolutely peerless at the moment. Hilmer bearing down on her, but two separate races, of course. There's the chasing group, three Italians. Also, I should say that Hannah Shevchuk is in there as well. Haven't really seen very much of her. Got up into the medal positions a couple of kilometers ago. There's Perez quite noticeably closing down on Georgi, but doing it steadily in a very controlled fashion, very sensible fashion. Perez just ever so slowly reeling in Georgi. 15 kilometers in 68:40. So 2:41 pace at the moment. Right, shot there of the men's and women's leaders alongside each other. Ben Hilmer just passing Georgi. For the second time in this race. .58:51 at 17 kilometers for Ben Hilmer. Stanu now. Well, the Stanu's come through strongly. Well, Stanu on that last lap, didn't really see very much of it, has just overhauled Miguel Angel Lopez. Stanu perhaps can sense that his second place might well suffice for victory if Ben Hilmer transgresses once again. Ben Hilmer, 2 red cards to his name. I can tell you, Chioppioni a bit further back in 7th place has also now got 2 red cards. So Ben Hilmer at the front. And as it stands at the moment, 43 seconds and counting ahead of Massimo Stanu, but he's got 2 red cards, so he's got to be careful now. He's still roughly at the halfway point in the race. So he's got a lot of thinking to do, has Mahir Ben Hilmer. he try and just race a bit more conservatively over the next few kilometres? Risk the chance of Massimo Stanu and Miguel Angel Lopez reeling him in. Also, Christoph Lineker, wouldn't count him out either at this stage. Lineker is a multiple winner in Podebrady at the famous annual event, which this year incorporates the European Race Walking Team Championships, won in 2015 and 2017 over 20 kilometres. Most recent champion is Perseus Karlström, three-time winner. We'll see Karlström in action in the 20-kilometre event later on today. Hilmer through 18 kilometres. We've now passed the halfway point in 1:12:56. Stanu 41 seconds in arrears. Lopez 5 seconds further back. Lineker 8 seconds. I should say 7 seconds behind Stanu. And Georgi, just having gone through 16 kilometres, so just over 2 kilometres behind the men's leader, Mihir Ben Hilmer on the road, 1:13:17. But Perez starting to quite clearly reel her in, and she's got Georgi in her sights on these long straights in the park. Somewhat dwarfed by the men around her, not least of which was Christoph Lineker and Torma, the Hungarian. In the women's race has the unwanted accolade of being the first person to be disqualified from these European Race Walking Team Championships. Perez has also got one red card, but still has a certain amount of wiggle room, let's say. Second yellow card does start making you think, though, about your race tactics. Colombi. Well, Georgi deciding not to take on any... Oh, she is taking on some liquids. Oh, she missed it. Not quite sure what she had there in her hand, but just took a quick sip and threw it away. Might have been a gel bar, perhaps. Certainly, gel bars useful over 35 kilometres. There's Perez. I have to say, Perez looks as though she's closing with every stride. Georgi starting to look a little tired. Perez, still marvellous technique. She said a few years ago she struggled with her technique and had to go back and almost tear apart the way that she was race walking. She's come through now, and she really is one of the finest women's race walkers we've ever seen. Well, Georgi looks as though she had a very slight stumble there. 17 kilometers, 1:17:55, and Perez is now closed to just 9 seconds. It's looking as though it's not so much a question of if, but when Maria Perez gets up onto the shoulder of Eleonora Georgi. There's the quartet battling for third. 3 Italians in there, Palmisano, Colombi and Coriala, alongside Shevchuk from Ukraine. There's the head of the men's race. Hilmer is deciding to take the shortest line, go out wide. Stanu now working hard in second place. He's 40 seconds behind Hilmer though. Roughly 2:24 pace for Stanu, and the 2 men immediately behind him, Linke and Lopez. Linke and Lopez at the moment just about on personal best pace. This man at the moment looking set to shatter his own Polish record and perhaps challenge the European record of Massimo Stanu, the man in second place at the moment. As I've said, he's on 2 red cards, so he's really committed himself over this first 19 kilometers. Still striding out as the sun starts to rise just a little bit and the clouds disappear over Czech Republic. Now, 1:21:06. Wait, I should say. So that was a 4:06 kilometre he's just thrown in. This is some race walking from Mahir Ben Hilmer. If you add together his 20 kilometre and his 15 kilometre times to get a 35 kilometre time, he's on 2:21:30 pace. Sure he can keep that up through the rest of this race. There's another 15 kilometres still to go, but it is still mightily impressive at this stage. This will be world record pace for Ben Hilmer, Georgi. Well, 1:22.34, but Maria Perez, the Olympic champion, the world record holder, is reeling her in. It says it's 4 seconds. Perez is now, well, it's like cat and mouse, isn't it? And unfortunately, this is the very blue-clad mouse, Eleonora Georgi. It's just a question of Maria Perez waiting to pounce. That's still three-way battle with Kuriatsi starting to drift off the back, but it's a three-way battle for bronze between Shevchuk and the two Italians, Palmisano and Colombi. Has to be said, good outing on a debut for Palmisano. Stanu. Stanu's starting to close a little bit, though. And Stanu, of course, does know how to race this distance. He's the European record holder at 2:23.14, which he set at those World Championships in Eugene in 2022. I'm sure he's going to go for the 35k at these World Championships coming up in Tokyo in mid-September. There's confirmation of the plaudits for Maria Perez. Also took silver medal in the 20 kilometers race walk. Kuriatsi just drifting off the back of that three-person group, battling for the bronze medal at the moment. And up front. And this is the moment where Maria Perez moves to the front and overtakes Eleonora Georgi. Shoulder to shoulder alongside them. Two of the French team. And Perez is laying down the gauntlet now, starting to just gently pull away from the long-time race leader, Eleonora Georgi. Well, this is lap 19 for the women. Perez in the lead as the women pass 19 kilometers. Georgi not throwing the towel at the moment, just tucking herself in behind Perez. And that group of men, a trio of men around her, including Joe Mooney, who's So we've been with Eleonora Georgi all the way through, obviously having his own race. Two Frenchmen alongside them, De Gea and Duc. As we look here at Ben Hilmer. Well, 1:25.15. That's a 4:07 lap. He's still really flying, no doubt at all about that. Stanu now 28 seconds back. So he is reeling in Ben Hilmer, and there's still plenty of this race still to go. Link has come through. Where's Lopez? Lopez has struggled on that last kilometre. 22 kilometres, 1:29.26. So that's a 4:09 lap. But Stanu was lapping even quicker and has reduced the deficit to 14 seconds now. Linker, another 14 seconds further back, and then Lopez. What a magnificent course this is. Through this Ski Park. It's been the venue for so many great race walking performances. 5 world records in Podebrady over the years, including Maria Perez's 35-kilometre race walk 2 years ago. Stanu racing so confidently, so comfortably. Just see Christoph Lineker coming around the turn. Lopez starting to just look a little bit of tired, falling out of the medal positions. Starting to lose a little bit of contact with Linker in front of him. So there, a couple of the Spaniards further back, almost a lap behind Hilmer. Spain still in second place in the team competition, behind Italy at the moment. confirmation of the standings. A few more men go through the start and finish line. Cerny of Slovak Republic having an excellent race in 5th place now. Ahead of the 2 Italians, Orsini and Guiponi. Hilmer, 23 kilometres completed. That was the 4:10 lap, just very slightly slowing. As you can see there's Stano now, right up on his shoulder. Stano's runner, if you'll pardon the metaphor, a much more conservative race, but he's coming through so strongly in the last couple of kilometres. As I said, the man who really knows how to race 35 kilometres. Linker, 23 seconds behind Hilmer at this stage. Lopez drifting back a bit further. There was a toilet stop for Maria Perez. Now, what effect has that had? Well, at 20 kilometres, 1:31:45, she was ahead of Georgi. Not sure she is now. So, Georgi, the sunglasses up on top of her head now. Italy still very much leading the way in the team competition. This isn't going to be a Spanish clean sweep, barring some very, very strange happenings over the course of the next 15 kilometres. Raquel Gonzalez and Cristina Montesinos, 2nd and 3rd 2 years ago, back in 7th and 8th. But Maria Perez, well, she's doing so well at the moment. She has picked up a red card en route. Then had that toilet stop, pit stop if you like. So Georgi managed to grab some seconds. Yes, roughly 15 seconds on Perez. She was a couple of seconds ahead of Georgi when she needed to take a quick break. But 15 seconds behind Georgi now. There's no doubt at all about it that Perez is the race walker lapping the quickest at the moment. Palmazino and Shevchuk battling for the bronze. Colombi still in there as well. So you've had another disqualification as well. Gavink of Turkey has been disqualified after picking up 4 red cards. So 15 women still in this race though. 7 of them at the back like the Greeks. Fiasca and Kurukutsaki. 3 and 4 laps in arrears. Still very much at the front. It's Eleonora Georgi being chased down by Maria Perez. Stano now, 15-second lead over Ben Hilmer. 24 kilometres undertaken. Linker still hanging in there. Linker, I think he'll have in his sights perhaps getting up to Hilmer. Linker, of course, a man who's got talent across all the race walking distances. Stano now. He's the European record holder, as I've said on a few occasions. That European record set when he finished third in UG. There's Ben Hilmer. Well, definitely cadence, his shoulders have dropped ever so slightly. Lopez in 4th place at the moment, the veteran Spaniard who's won so many major international honours, been on the podium of so many international races. And there's Eleonora Georgi. I wonder if she knew what had been happening behind her. Well, she would have seen Perez disappear into the toilets, but she was unable to take significant advantage from it. Oof. Perez just avoiding getting tangled up with the barriers there. Trying to take the closest line and almost ended up clipping the barriers and banging his arm. And Perez now almost back alongside Georgi once again. And Perez, once again, gets into the front, takes pole position in this women's 35-kilometre road race. 22 kilometres, 1:41.09. You just see the leading men going through 25 kilometres, 1:41.24. So this is still really good pace. This is European record pace, looking at around 2:22 and change at the moment. Where's Hilmer? Hilmer might well have had to have... Yes, Hilmer's picked up a third red card, I should say. So he's got a time penalty. seemed to be on the cards, to be honest, with the way that he was walking, but didn't want to be too judgmental. Has had the effect of Linker and Lopez moving up into the silver and bronze medal positions. There's Eleanor Georgi. Confirmation of the two women disqualified, Gavenk and Turma, Turk and the Hungarian. Raquel Gonzalez, well, she's a little bit out of the medals at the moment, but worth noting that she's got 2 red cards to her name as well. So we're looking at some terrific finishing times. I'm sure we're going to see a whole spate of personal bests. These are almost perfect conditions for good race walking. Started off at about 10 degrees at 7:30 in the morning in Podebrady, and the temperature has gradually risen over the last 1 3/4 hours. Sun's come out a little bit. It's morning sun in Podebrady. There is a forecast for a little bit of light rain later on as well, but for the moment that's staying away. Race walkers won't mind that too much, certainly not at 35 kilometres. Saw Mark Tur go through there, former 50-kilometre winner of the European Race Walking Cup. Eleonora Georgi starting to just grimace and puff and pant a little bit, but this is a superb display of tactical race walking. "23 kilometres, 1:45:38. So a 4:29 lap. That is superb racing. Now Perez. She's increased the tempo. So this is the leader in the men's race. On the 27th kilometre now. Just about 7.5 kilometres to the finish. Eight and a half kilometres to the finish, I should say. Stanu, over the course of the last 5 kilometres, has really made his mark. Come through so strongly. Got up on the shoulder of the early leader, Ben Hilmer. Overtook him. Hilmer hit with a time penalty. And it's this man in second place now, Christopher Linker. Again, Angel Lopez in third. Very confused with the Spaniards in front of him. That's David Chamosa. He's one lap behind. He's back down in 9th place. And here's Ben Hilmer back in the race after that 3.5-minute time penalty. He's now down back in 8th place at the moment. More than 4 minutes behind the leader. The man who overtook the lead from him just a couple of laps ago. So Stanu, 27 kilometres, 1:49.12. So just 8 kilometres to go for Massimo Stanu. Can he maintain his form and cadence? Can he keep going at, well, an absolutely tremendous clip around the Letsky Park? Lapping in just over 4-minute pace. There's Christopher Linker though. Worth bearing in mind Linker's German record 2:24.40. That could be under threat, even though he's a minute and 3 seconds in arrears of Stanu. Stanu at the moment though looking as though he's going to take down his own European record. Miguel Angel Lopez. Well, Alvaro Martin has the Spanish record at 2:24.30. Probably a little bit outside of his grasp at the moment, but he's still looking at a place on the podium. Now there's 50 race walkers on the start line, 33 men, 17 women, coming from 15 different countries. Most of them still out there. 24 kilometers, 1:50.04. A 4:27 lap from Maria Perez. That's well inside 2:40 pace. She raced quite conservatively over the first 10 kilometers, stayed a long way back off the pace being set by Eleonora Gheorghi. Gheorghi now starting to look tired. Indeed, can tell you, as you probably saw by the pictures there, that there are some similarities. Palmisano, the Italian, has moved up into second place, and indeed Shevchuk has gone past the tiring Gheorghi. So there's certain similarities between the men's and the women's races, with audacious early leaders now starting to be overhauled in this second half of the race as we get towards the closing third of the race. You can see there Palmisano with that back shot, moving away from Shevchuk and Gheorghi. There's Maria Perez. absolutely the right thing. Staying so close to the quickest line. So they link her in shot. Linkers. About 4 kilometers ahead of Maria Perez on this course. There's Georgi. Sunglasses up on her head. Parmesano, though, very focused. This is really interesting. This is a debut. Oh, Shevchuk looks as though she just... don't know quite what happened there with Shevchuk. Perhaps hit a curb or suddenly looked as though she might have been a little bit ill. See what's happened there. Well, no sign of Shevchuk. It's looking as though it's Georgi back in. There's Parmesano, Columbi. Let's see what happened to Shevchuk. But there's no doubt at all, it's Maria Perez in front at 25 kilometers. 1:54.30. And that was just a absolutely fantastic lap. .426 from Perez. She's really pouring it on now. I think we're going to have to start looking at the clock because, well, Georgi in the opening stages of the race was on around 2:40, 2:41 pace, but certainly Maria Perez now has upped it. I'm just wondering whether she's left herself just a little bit too much to do to challenge her own world record, but it's quite clear she's chosen this stage for a real push and a really good effort. Not just to take this European Race Walking Team Championships crown, but perhaps also to challenge her own world record. That's the early leader, Ben Hilmer, in shot, but it's not going to be a factor anymore, I don't think, as far as the medals are concerned. Krzysztof Linka. Doing his best, starting to just look a bit tired. Well, it's no surprise. It's probably around 27 minutes more of racing to go, 28. Yeah, Angel Lopez doing a terrific job though, just holding his form, having got detached from Linka a couple of kilometers ago. Just very focused. Miguel Angel Lopez. He's been a winner at this competition in the past, or at least its forebear. He's now just under 2 minutes behind Massimo Stano. And Linker starting to lose a little bit of contact as well with Stano. Stano flying though at the moment. Stano just a little bit inside his European record pace. This could be very interesting indeed. There's discussions about the fact that he might be up for challenging the world record, but probably a little bit outside of that. But he's in such fine form at the moment, Stano. He's urging the crowd on. He wants the crowd to give him some acknowledgement. 2:05. Sorry, I should say 2 hours and 57 seconds. So he's lapped in under 4 minutes. That was a 3:54 lap there. As he really is powering it on now. He's over a minute ahead of his nearest challenger, Christopher Linker. Almost 2 minutes ahead of the bronze medalist. As the things stand in the race at the moment, Miguel Angel Lopez. It's going to be a little while before anybody else comes through the 30-kilometer checkpoint. Well, maybe the world record is on if he can carry on upping his pace and coming around in under 20. Sorry, just getting a little bit tongue-tied. Coming around in under 4-minute laps over this kilometre. And just think about that, 4-minute laps. That's 1:20 for 20 kilometres. Here's Maria Perez. Well, she's close to record form herself. Leaving everybody else in her dust. Superb racing from Perez. "28 kilometers. I make it 2:03:20. I was going to say a little bit faster than that. 2:03:22 for Perez. Shevchenko's back on her feet again. Looked as though she was having some problems a little bit earlier. I think Parmesano, as you can see there, is coming through for second place. 36 seconds in arrears of Perez. Now Parmesano is having a superb race on her debut over this distance as well. Colombi, well, just 7 seconds behind Parmesano, so it's Italy in second and third at the moment. Shevchuk looks as though she might have had a few stomach problems there, but she's back upright and walking. Georgi, it's going to be a very long 8 kilometers for her. It's quite a considerable distance behind now, having held the lead over the first 20 kilometers. I wonder if she'll be rethinking her race tactics after this. No, Georgi's wondering, I think Georgi's decided to call it a day. Just looking for a suitable exit point on the course. Nevertheless, some sympathetic applause from the bystanders around this Letsky Park. So the long-time race leader over the first half of the race, Eleonora Georgi, former European Race Walking Cup winner, over 50 kilometers, decides to call it a day. Just wondering what effect that's going to have on the Italian bid to take the team title, though. They were quite comfortably in the lead. And they're in second and third place at the moment. We need to look where Coriazzi now is. 3 to score. So this is Massimo Stano. 2:04.52. And the gap between Stano and Linker is growing and growing. Well, as things stand at the moment, this is an attack on the world record. Stano is increasing the pace. He's just uncaught 2 laps inside 4 minutes. Can he maintain that rhythm through to the finish? Again, Eleonora Georgi departing from this race. Well, the pending world record in the men's race of Evan Dunphy, 2:21.40, could be under threat. There's Parmesano just going through in second place. So Perez has thrown down the gauntlet again, put more distance between herself and Parmesano on that last lap. All eyes now should be on Massimo Stano. 32 kilometers, 2:08.50. So another 4-minute lap. Less than 3 kilometers to go. And it looks as though Stano is on course for a world record now, having really increased his pace over the last 4 or 5 kilometers. It was a perfectly paced race from Stano. Can he hold his focus now? Less than 3 kilometers to go. Well, there is rumours around social media that Stano was in great form and coming here to attack a world record. He himself was a little bit more cautious about that. Italy very much in pole position in the men's team race as well. Italy 12 points, 10 points ahead of Spain, the 2023 winners, and Germany bronze medalist 2 years ago and in the bronze medal position once again. Helped by no considerable margin by the man you're looking at the back of there, Christopher Linker. Now 2 minutes difference between Linker and Stanu, but Linker could still get a national record for Germany. And this will certainly revise, if they carry on at this sort of pace, the European all-time list without a doubt. Massimo Stano just about to go through the line and see 2 kilometers to go very shortly. That's the 32 kilometer mark. Needs to go through the finish line in 2:13 or thereabouts to stand a chance of the world record. It's looking good at the moment for Massimo Stano. 2:12.49, and there's just 2 kilometers to go. The world record is now very definitely on. That was a 3:57 kilometer. He's got plenty in the bank. If he keeps on going like this, he's going to be the first man ever to go under 2:21 for this 35-kilometer race walk. Well, we saw a world record 2 years ago here in Podebrady. This could be world record number 6 in the history of this great race walking mecca. Mark Tour we saw there. having also had to spend time in the sin bin, serve a 3.5-minute penalty. That will have dented Spain's chances of taking the gold. They're still comfortably in the silver medal position at the moment. There's the solitary Briton in this race, Cameron Kirbishley. Now, Stano just about to overtake Kirbishley. Reigning 35-kilometre champion in Britain. There's Linker. Linker just about to come through the line. So Linker now over 2 minutes in arrears of Massimo Stano. Nevertheless, Linker, I make it, could well be on course for a German record as well. Could well be shaving quite a few seconds off his record of 2:24.40. Linker set that record recently in Dedinsa back in March. If he can carry on lapping like this, he could take anything up to half a minute off that time. Miguel Angel Lopez, well, Lopez has a personal best of 2:25.58, and could well be close to that as well, the venerable Spaniard. But there's no doubt at all, this man is absolutely dominating this race now. And he'll know that a world record is on. Nice shot there of him bearing down on Maria Perez. Perez comfortably in the lead, although not by quite as big a margin as Massimo Stano, but Perez has definitely got control of the women's race as well. Stano, 2:16.46. So a 3:59 lap. Stano now, this could be a kilometre that takes him to the world record. There's Miguel Angel Lopez, he's in third place at the moment, over 2 minutes behind Stano. And Lopez, well, once again, it's not the first time he's almost seemingly just been about to clatter into those railings. Long shot there on the far side of the park. As we can see, Massimo Stano now. He's about 2.5 minutes away from not just gold at this European Race Walking Team Championships, but a world record as well. Just keep the time in mind. 2:21. Just to confirm, 2:21.40 of Evan Dunphy in Dudinsa, that race I mentioned. There we go, world record. The reason why you're seeing two world records is Kawano's is the ratified world record. Dunphy's is still subject to ratification. Well, that's certainly going to be minutes taken off the European record. It's looking very much like it's a gold record. A world record. Gold medal winning performance though from Massimo Stano. Less than 2 minutes to the line for Massimo Stano. Well, we've been focusing on Stano, but Maria Perez very much in control of the women's race as well, as you can see. Went through 30 kilometers in 2:16:45. So Maria Perez on around 2:39 pace, but all the attention is on this man now. The seconds are ticking away, but he's only 100 meters or so from the line. This is going to be a world record performance for Massimo Stano. Stano turning the very last corner in Letsky Park. Stano, big grin on his face now. Salutes the crowd, and it's going to be a world record by almost a minute. Massimo Stano smashes the world record. Italy's 2021 Olympic champion becomes a world record holder in 2025. Massimo Stano, 2:20:43. A huge 57 seconds off the world record. Well, what more can you say about Massimo Stano? He's got world titles, Olympic titles, and now he's got a world record to his name as he takes the applause of an absolutely delighted crowd at the finish line in Letsky Park. Well, that world record wasn't on for the first 20 kilometres or so, as we had Mahir Ben Hilma race away. But then Stano showed he's an absolute master of just about everything you can throw at him. Every distance in race walking, coming through so strongly over the course of the final 15 kilometres. Well, we're still waiting. Nearly 2 minutes have elapsed. Here's the man in second place, Christopher Linker, just about to come through. Well, might well be good reason to wave that German flag very shortly. Just waiting for confirmation of the silver medalist, but gold and a world record goes to Massimo Stano. Here's Christopher Linker. I think he's on course for a German record. He's got the flag. He knows he's in the silver medal position. He's looking very tired over this last kilometre, but Linker doing a fabulous job of just holding his form, maintaining his concentration. He's got a couple more turns to go. This is a superb course for fast race walking, as we've seen so often in the past. And if you were with us 2 years ago, you'll have seen a women's world record over this 35 kilometres. Well, today you've seen a men's world record. And the last corner for Linker. He's going to break his own German national record in second place by more than a minute. Just keep focused right the way to the line. It's a German record and a silver medal for Christopher Linker. Well, there's nothing he could do to keep in touch with Massimo Stano once Stano started motoring over the last 7 or 8 kilometres and that world record started to come into sight. And that's the rubber chicken. I think that is the rubber chicken that Alvaro Martin took across the line at the last European Championships, European Race Walking Team Championships. But Miguel Angel Lopez, it's a bit of a team mascot, that. It's seen the rounds. You'll have seen it if you're a race walking aficionado on various other occasions. But Miguel Angel Lopez manages to hold his form and take a Spanish national record as well, smashing Alvaro Martin's national record. So 2:23:48 for Miguel Angel Lopez. What a fantastic race. World record, national record, national record. Well, unbelievably, Massimo Stano seems barely out of breath. And applause from the vanquished men who will also stand on the podium with him a little bit later, Miguel Angel Lopez and Christopher Linker. But both of them rewarded with national records. Superb performances all the way around. And here's that final few meters. He knows the world record is his, but he's still powering his way through to the line, reducing the world record by no less than 57 seconds. The rest of the man starting to come through now. Coming through, Aurélien Quinon, 2:26:24 for the Frenchman. Now just waiting to see when the third Italian comes through, because that'll mean that they've clinched the team title. Out on the road, Grueling was down in 8th place, 9th place at the 34-kilometre mark, but Chamosa and Bermudez for Spain have moved up well in the last few kilometres. We haven't really been focusing too much on the team competition. So this is Maria Perez now. Doesn't look like a world record for her on this occasion, but it's an outstanding performance nevertheless. And through 32 kilometres in 2:25:42. So she's looking at perhaps just sneaking inside 2:39. It's worth bearing in mind that only Perez, Kimberly Garcia-Leon and Honglu have ever got inside 2:39. A couple of Russians as well, but they are banned from international athletics. So Maria Perez. Parmesano still doing well. Superb debut from Parmesano. Now that was Bermudez. Chamosa and Bermudez coming through. So the Spaniards, 18 points for them. Italy at the moment. And Gippioni just seals the team title for Italy. 13 points unofficially for Italy to take gold. So it's going to be Italy 1 and Spain 2 in the team competition. Spain look as though they're going for gold in the women's race. Might well still be Italy in contention in the team competition. But coming up to cross the line after 33 laps, it's Maria Perez. There's Ben Hilmer, the early leader, crossing the line in, I think he came through in about 11th place. So Maria Perez just going through the line. Yes, it was 11th for the early leader, Ben Hilmer. So 2:30.10. She's going to have to keep lapping at 4:30 pace to get inside 2:39, but Perez looks as though she's got very much the command of this women's race. Palmisano, I can tell you, looking at my computer screen, 34 seconds back. Colombi, a huge 1:45 back on Perez. Curiazza in 5th place means that the Italians are also in command of the team competition. I think the Germans, it's pretty close, but I think the Germans have taken, subject to confirmation, the bronze medal in the team competition as well. Helped by no considerable margin by that national record from Christopher Linker in 2nd place. Just look at that. There's very few men who haven't got a personal best. And a national record, I think that was a national record in further down for Gioviera. Yes, Vieira, and it was national record as well in 12th place for Serhii Svitlinsky of Ukraine. Larvak of Czech Republic also took a national record. So, astonishing list of wonderful achievements in the men's race. But the women's race is still going on. And there's about a lap and a half still to go of that. Maria Perez, 30.10 for Perez. There's Colombi, just turning the corner. Palmisano 34 seconds in arrears, so a superb debut for Palmisano. I think 34 seconds over best part of 1,500 metres is just going to be too much to make up even for a walker of Palmisano's stature. Olympic 20k champion in 2021. And the reigning European champion over the shorter distance. Perez looking very focused here. There's Parmesano. You see that, well, he's really made a fantastic effort. Parmesano may well be on course to break Eleonora Giorgi's Italian record. That stands at 2:41.54. I think Parmesano could well be inside 2:40 herself. So 2:34.35. That's just outside 2:39 pace. And Parmesano definitely is on for an Italian record now. About 5 minutes of walking for her. Just over a lap to go for the Olympic champion. I'm just wondering whether this shows the way forward for Parmesano. Yes, of course, she was the Olympic champion, but she's twice a bronze medalist at 20 kilometres of the World Championships. Well, she's certainly emerged in this race as a credible contender to Maria Perez. Of course, when we get to the World Championships in Tokyo in September, we'll certainly have to factor in the Chinese walkers without a doubt. Kimberly Garcia Leon as well, the superb Peruvian, but Maria Perez I can understand why the local director's gone to Flit Lavach as the newly minted Czech record holder at 2:31.44, but we've got Maria Perez on the valedictory lap. Perez just a few hundred meters away from taking the gold medal. See there the local organisers, the stewards from the Podebrady LOC getting ready to put the tape across the finish line. A rather big banner, European Athletics banner. Now here's Antonella Parmesano. There's definitely a record in her sights. Columbi, well, rather a long way adrift in third place, but this will be a good race for Columbi. Been a national champion in the past, Columbi, but never on the podium at a major international championships. This woman has, though, on many occasions. Just over a minute away from crossing the line and retaining her European race walking team championships gold medal. Well, as we've seen so often in the case, the sunglasses go up at the right moment. The very last turn coming up. Yes, there. On cue. Member of the Spanish team with the Spanish flag. Nicely done, Maria. Flawlessly grasped and unfurled, ready to go. And the Spanish flag once again flying high at these European Racewalking Team Championships. Gold goes to Spain's Maria Perez once again. World leading time of 2:38.59. She does sneak inside 2:39. Only 3 women have ever done that, including Perez. What a superb race from Perez. No world record this time, although we did see one from this woman's compatriot in the men's race, Massimo Stanu, taking a world record in the men's race. But this is going to be a national record for Antonella Parmesano. 2:39.35, more than 2 minutes off the Italian national record for the silver medalist, Antonella Parmesano. And there's a wonderful friendship between these two. Maria Perez's English is it's not great. I've interviewed her on previous occasions, but Antonella Parmesano, I think, well, she's does speak some Spanish as well. There we go. 2 great champions of race walking. Maria Perez, an Olympic champion in Paris, alongside her Antonella Parmesano, an Olympic champion 3 years before that in Tokyo. World champions as well in their time. Oh, that'll be one for the photo album. Still waiting for the bronze medalist to come through. There's Colombi. Colombi taking the congratulations. Well, she was good 30-odd seconds ahead of Shevchuk as they went through the last kilometre, 34 kilometres. And Colombi takes the bronze for Italy. So Nicole Colombi makes it 2 and 3 for Italy. Now we have to wait for the third Italian, which by rights should be Federica Coriazzi. She'd slip back a few places. She was second for the first half of the race, but still well up there in the top 6. As they went through 34 kilometres. There's the 3 medalists. Nicole Colombi, she was so happy about that. In fact, Colombi as well, inside the former Italian record. Shevchuk, national record for Shevchuk, and just like in the men's race, I think we're going to see a spate of national records all the way down the line from the women as they cross the line. There's one of the French men coming through. I think we're still waiting for the third Italian. Here we see the finish. A smile on the face of Maria Perez once again. Superb race from Perez. Overhauling Eleonora Giorgi just after 20 kilometers. And once again, taking the plaudits at these European race walking team championships. Well, 2 years ago, she was shortlisted for the European Athlete of the Year award. Went to Femke Bol, the Dutch 400-meter hurdler. But, well, she's going to be up there in consideration if she can actually go on from here and perhaps stand on top of the podium in Tokyo. A little bit further down the field here. We've had a few disqualifications, and I can tell you Raquel Gonzalez was also disqualified, which means that that shakes up the team standings slightly. Can Spain hold on to what was for so long second place in this race? Still waiting for the third Italian to come through the line. And here she comes. Federica Curiazzi comes through in 5th place. And a big smile. Well, no individual medal for Curiazzi after being second for much of the first half of the race, but she'll stand on top of the podium with a gold medal around her neck as Italy take the team title. No doubt at all about that. There's the standings in the men's race, but Italy, I can tell you, with 2nd, 3rd and 5th, will certainly take the team title in the women's race. Cristina Montesinos, bronze 2 years ago, 6th place on this occasion. Now the big question is, where are the other Spanish women? Beatriz Cantero out on the course. But she was struggling a long way back. Unfortunately, it looks like only Italy and Spain are going to provide completed teams. confirmation of the results. But as the back markers in both the men's and the women's race come home in these 35-kilometre races at the European Race Walking Team Championships, we're going to take a short break from commentary now. Join us again in just under 50 minutes. We have the prize giving for both the men's individual and team races coming up, starting at 11:10 local time, 8:10 Universal Time, GMT, still refer to it as GMT, so it'll be about a 45 to 50 minute break, but please do join us again at about 9 minutes past the hour. See you then. And then, of course, we have very shortly after that the women's under 20 10-kilometre race with the top under 20 women race walkers in Europe battling for gold. See you very shortly.
nebudu chtít nebyt v pohodlí jen díky ostatním. To bych si přál. To je můj cíl. A máš to tam.
Dosažením svého cíle splníte svým vztahům. Každou vaši aktivitu proměníme ve finanční podporu těm, co je potřebují. Jsme s vámi. Skupina Czech.
Jsme Czech, výhradní provozovatel přenosové soustavy České republiky, která tvoří páteřní síť elektrizační soustavy. Přenášíme elektřinu z elektráren k distributorům a nepřetržitě udržujeme rovnováhu mezi výrobou a spotřebou elektřiny. Podporujeme inovace a tvoříme energetiku budoucnosti. Jsme součástí propojené evropské přenosové sítě.
Podejděte si zpravodajským s přesahem, nejlepší reportáže, analýzy, silné rozhovory či sport ze všech úhlů pohledu. K tomu přednostní nákup vstupenek a další benefity. iDnes Premium, svět exkluzivního čtení. Více na iDnes.cz/premium.
Tak už si divé. Podebrady. Více chutě do života. A pro linie bez cukru nyní v novém designu.
Tak už vidíme 10. závodnici v konečném pořadí soutěže žen na 35 km. Mezi tím došli relativně v těsném závěsu za sebou 8. Polka Agnieszka Elvart v čase 2 hodiny 56 minut a 11 sekund a na 9. pozici v novém osobním rekordu 2:56 41 Ines Mendeš z Portugalska. To je jediná zástupkyně této země, která v rámci vojenských závodů patří nejlepší evropské špičce. Takže 2:56:41, to je aktuální čas té zatím poslední závodnice, která došla do cíle, ale ještě se dozvíme o pozadí minimálně 3 závodnic, ano právě 3 jsou ještě na trati, 2 Řekyně a 1 Španělka. požadavek Českého atletického svazu pro účast na světovém šampionátu, že budeme bedlivě sledovat další kroky. V této sezóně Míka Haláč české kudecké jedničky. Ano, a teď už se s potleskem, s aplauzem dostává do cíle 10. nejlepší žena. To úplně rozhodně není zahození zde v Poděbradě. Silně obsazeném závodě. 3 hodiny, 3 minuty a 10 vteřin, to je čas, který zaznamenala Olga Piasová z Řecka. Lepší dvojice řeckých závodnic, které v dnešnímu závodu v Poděbradě nastoupily. Ještě jsou tady na trati Beatrice Cantero. Tu očekáváme za několik desítek vteřin v cíli a potom ještě Neftalia Kurkucaki z Řecka. A je to tady, teď dáme 11. v pořadí, vlastně druhou desítku dnešní klasifikace otevírá Beatrice Cantero. Celkem kvalitetu španělských závodnic se představilo v této soutěži. Nejlepší z nich byla obhájkyně titulu úspěšná Maria Perez, která nám předvedla nejlepší světový výkon sezóny 28:59. Šesté místo obsadila Kristina Montesinos a teď došla 11. Beatrice Cantero v čase 3:04:04. No a tady je ještě ten poslední mužský hrdina, zvonec do posledního okruhu, Pirko Agusto. 3:04:27, to je mezi znamená, že poslední okruh, tak asi jednou do 11 let, tak poslední okruh absolvoval v čase, pokud dobře počítám, 5 minut a 38 sekund. Že někde v čase okolo 3 hodin a 10 minut se dostaneme do cíle právě do Augustu z Estonska. Tak a tady je ještě jedna žena, to znamená, že teď v podstatě protilehlé části této trati na kolonádě procházejí jedna žena, což je Neftalia Kurkucaki z Řecka. Ta teď začíná svůj 34. kilometr, kdy je poslední okruh a na mezičase na 33. je to 3 hodiny 5 minut a 54 sekund. To znamená, že ten poslední okruh zašla za 5 minut a 46 vteřin. No, můžeme dohodovat kolik metrů, ještě schází do cíle poslední muži, bude to 32. pořadí, bude to Augusto z Estonska. Tak dohodneme to vlastně ještě 600 metrů. Kdy by měl dojít do cíle za nějaké 3 minutky, zhruba v čase 3:10. 15 očekáváme na cíli. Tak jako teď uzavře konečnou klasifikaci mužské soutěže. Já myslím, že je velice fajn, že ze 33 závodníků dokončí tuto soutěž 32. Takže třeba si odnese mimořádný, neobyčejný zážitek z tohoto závodu tím, že byl součástí soutěže, které padl světový rekord. Světový rekord se postaral Massimo Stalo výkonem 2 hodiny, 20 minut a 43 sekund, impozantní výkon italského olympijského šampiona, který tak
nechal za sebou opravdu další světové hvězdy Krzysztofa Linkeho.
Řecká reprezentatka na 35 kilometrů ženské kategorie v této sezóně, tedy v rotačních světových výkonů. Maria Perez 2:38:59, druhá Antonella Palmisano Itálie 2:39:39, je to zároveň italský národní rekord. Takže Podebrady jsou v letošní sezóně jediným místem, které přineslo výkony od 2 hodiny a 40 minut v ženské kategorii na této trati. Třetí místo Italky Lepo, také stojí za to, ten výkon 2:40:45, osobní rekord. A proto se také národní rekord Ukrajiny v podání čtvrté Hany Ševčuk 2:40:41. Slováci do Podebrady jela také Ines Medeš z Portugalska 2:56:41. Portugalka skončila na 9. místě. No, uvidíme, jaké budou další výsledky této 22leté závodnice, která byla nejmladší v tomto startovním kolu. Je to opravdu velmi mladý věk, zvláště na tuto dlouhou distanci, 35 km. Ines Medeš ve 22 letech už se dostala od 3 hodin na této trati dvakrát, to bylo zejména v 4 divizích, no a teď ještě vylepšila svůj výkon přesně o 3 minuty. Je to tedy nástupně slavných kolegyň pozdějších domů. Monika Veselý a další. Výsledný čas poslední závodnice, která ještě krouží na trati na lázeňské kolonádě, ten by měl být něco pod 3 hodiny a 18 minut. Takže asi 2,5 minuty ještě nás do cíle Evstaty Kurzachilové. Maria Perez, který už měl svou rotační nákladové pevné protěžení soutěží žen na 35 km právě v Podebradech, ale to byl absolutní triumf na stupních vítězek, kde se objevily 3 Španělky. Za Marie Perez zažila dosud hlavní světový rekord 20:15, soutěžila Raquel González a další Španělka Kristina Bonesnos, která dnes tedy nenavázala tak úplně na své předchozí 3. místo, tak ten závod byl mimořádně hodnotný, co se týká té výkonnosti první 6 místech. Protože pokud to srovnáme, tak před 2 lety na této trati v Podebradech Raquel Gonzálezové stačilo 2:44:42 na první místo, ale dnes skončila s tímto výkonem až 6. Samozřejmě můžeme srovnávat podmínky jednotlivých závodů, ale to je jedno, to je srovnání časů té výkonnosti. Jako už jsme několikrát sdělovali, tak ty podmínky jsou velmi příznivé pro muži. No a teď dochází tedy skutečně poslední závodnice, je skutečně pořadí 12. Evstaty Kurzachilové z Řecka. Došla v čase 3 hodiny 17 minut a 14 sekund. Připomínám, že tento letošní nejlepší výkon, nebo stanovený letošní výkon zaposlala téměř 4 minuty. To je tedy kompletní výsledková listina, ještě si můžeme rekapitulovat, že vyhrála Maria Perez v nejlepším světovém výkonu 20:59, za ní se seřadily 2 Italky, Antonella Palmisano, Nicole Colombi, další pořadí 4. Hana Ševčuk, 5. další Italka Federica Furiaci, Kristina Bonesnos, ze Španělska obsadila 6. místo, 7. Viktoria Madera, z Maďarska 8. Agnieszka Kosovo, Ines Medeš na 9. pozici, 8. rekordu, to je Portugalka, pak následují výsledky závodů, Maďarska 12. tedy Evstaty Kurzachilové mezi nimi na 11. pozici Ines Medeš. Další program teď tedy v rámci mistrovství Evropy družstev v Úzi juniorky.
Já jsem ti to chtěl otevřít, jako celém britě. Počkej, tady Maruno. Projít.
zase jednou někam vyrazit. Ale sama. Kdykoliv se mi bude chtít. Nebýt v pohybu jen díky ostatním. To bych si přála. To je můj cíl. A máš to tam.
Dosažením svého cíle splníte sny ostatním. Každou vaši aktivitu proměníme ve finanční podporu těm, co ji potřebují. Jsme s vámi. Skupina Czech.
Jsme Czech, výhradní provozovatel přenosové soustavy České republiky, která tvoří páteřní síť elektrizační soustavy. Přenášíme elektřinu z elektráren k distributorům a nepřetržitě udržujeme rovnováhu mezi výrobou a spotřebou elektřiny. Podporujeme inovace a tvoříme energetiku budoucnosti. Jsme součástí propojené evropské přenosové sítě.
Zkušeném trenérovi. Bude Nikola Ogrodníková triumfovat? Poslouchej Sport.
Radiožurnál Sport.
Vstupte do světa iDnes Premium. Odemkněte si zpravodajství s přesahem, nejlepší reportáže, analýzy, silné rozhovory či sport ze všech úhlů pohledu. K tomu přednostní nákup vstupenek a další benefity. iDnes Premium. Svět exkluzivního čtení. Více na iDnes.cz/premium.
Když se nebe slunce mi parádí, někam jedou, kam je cesta rádi. Zpátky taková píseň na bělostném ubrusu,
Tak už si ji vem.
a ta nevěsta
Podebraďka. Více chuti do života. A pro linie bez cukru nyní v novém designu.
Ale dejte mi vědět, že tam je, když tak u té kamery, jo? Ona si je za chvilku přivede 2 stupňů. Už je hotovo.
Už je hotovo, no. Jo, tady. Adame, a jedeme jednotlivce a týmy, jo?
Výborně. Jakože mám být tady? Tady? To asi ne. Takhle. Tady si zase před nápisem. No, to budu mít. Přesně tak. Přesně tak. Udělám to stejně jako předtím. Udělám to takhle prostě. Takhle. No takhle. No takhle. Nejsou. Ne. Neprázdnej jsou.
Well, welcome back to the European Athletics Race Walking Team Championships, coming to you from the Czech spa town of Podebrady. Well, it's been a magnificent morning's race walking already. We're going to have the victory ceremonies for the individual and team titles in the men's 35-kilometer race walk, which you'll have seen just a little bit earlier, saw an absolutely phenomenal performance from the Italian Massimo Stano. Well, Stano took the title in a world record, 2 hours, 20 minutes and 43 seconds, taking almost a minute off the previous world record. What a terrific performance and what a way to start these championships. Further down the line, we saw a plethora of national records and personal bests from many of the other finishers, including the silver and bronze medal finishers, Christopher Linker of Germany and Miguel Angel Lopez of Spain. And here are those men coming onto the podium. This is indeed the victory ceremony for the men's 35 kilometers.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome for the victory ceremony for men's race.
You can hear the local announcer saying this is the victory ceremony, the very first victory ceremony of the morning.
The medals are presented.
In total, we got 6 races and therefore 12 victory ceremonies.
Athletics Council delegate Anna Kirinova.
So the European Athletics Council member and from Slovakia, Anna Kirinova, alongside Helena Fibingarova, the famous Czech shot putter who won the world title at the inaugural 1983 World Championships. So, Massimo Stano, what more can you say about his effort? Looked on course for a world record at around 30 kilometres, just inside world record pace at that time, and then just kept on pouring it on, finishing in 2 hours 20:43. So here's Christopher Linker, took the silver with a national record, 2:23:21. Smashed his own national record by more than a minute.
2:20:43 with a new world record.
Bronze, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, going to Miguel Angel Lopez, but Massimo Stano gets huge cheers, deservedly so, for that phenomenal performance. This gold medal and takes Italy's tally up to 21 gold medals in the history of the European Race Walking Team Championships and its predecessor, the European Race Walking Cup. Stano cheered on by his Italian teammates, and that's really going to lay down a marker for his feats over the rest of the summer. Of course, the World Championships in Tokyo beckon, and the 35-kilometre race walks are on the opening day. I wonder if Stano will be standing on top of the podium once again, or indeed whether the other men, Christopher Linker and Miguel Angel Lopez. Lopez, of course, a former winner of the old European Racewalking Cup, whether they can actually make it onto the podium against the strength of people like Evan Dunphy, the very good Canadian who set the previous world record just 2 months ago, and several of the Asian contenders from China and Japan as well. No doubt that's going to really be a thrilling race walking 35 kilometers when we get to Tokyo. Nice picture of the Let's Ski Park. Let's Ski Park, of course, in the very center of Podebrady. Podebrady about 50 kilometers away from Prague. Stano's phenomenal performance, the first man inside 2:21, 4:35 kilometers, now makes it 6 world records in Podebrady. Podebrady racewalking, well, it goes back to the end of the 19th century. First recorded racewalking event involved in Podebrady, well, it was a race from Karlin to Podebrady. It was back in 1894, and the famous Prague Podebrady race over 50 kilometers started back in the 1920s, back in 1929 to be precise. It's been the host on the previous 2 occasions of the European Racewalking Team Championships, 1997 World Racewalking Cup, and also in 2017 the European Racewalking Cup. So very much a mecca for racewalking. They do really like it here. Wonderfully staged, superb local organisation. I do rather like that fully working clock in the middle of the park, as you can see. And the park borders some of the local spa hotels as well.
To udělal, když tak Pepa. To udělal Pepa.
So now the men's victory ceremony for the teams in the 35-kilometer race walk. A little bit later on, after the women's under 20 10 kilometers, we'll have the victory ceremonies for the women's events, won by Maria Perez and the Italian team. You can see there in the picture some of the 28 women who will be contesting the under 20 10-kilometer race coming out. So, same 3 teams that made it onto the podium 2 years ago in Podebrady. This, of course, the 3rd edition of these championships, and it was awarded to Podebrady to host the first 3 editions. They hosted it in 2021 and 2023. So here's the German trio. Linke, Frenzel and Hilbert finished second, 14th and 15th respectively. Linke being the very tall man on the left-hand side of your screen. They were in the bronze medal positions 2 years ago. Well, Spain, winners 2 years ago, having to settle for second on this occasion. The scoring trio of Miguel Angel Lopez, Daniel Chamosa and Manuel Bermudez. Also up there, the former 50-kilometre winner of the European Cup, Mark Tour. Lopez, who's just come back after taking the bronze medal in the individual race. The man second from your right as you look at the screen. And here's the Italians, Team Italy. Their 22nd gold medal in the history of these championships, and it's forebear the European Racewalking Cup. The man with the blue tinted sunglasses on the left hand side of your screen, Massimo Stano. He's tucked away his gold medal from the individual race. Riccardo Orsini came home fourth. Good race from Orsini, came through strongly in the latter part of the race. Just missed out on an individual medal. Matteo Guipioni. Then completing the lineup. Well, once again, enthusiastic cheers for Team Italy. The Azzurri, who took that team title in the men's 35-kilometre race. So the podium will be cleared, and very shortly, the women's under-20 10-kilometre race will get underway. Recent previous winners, well, it was an Italian who won this 2 years ago, Giulia Gabrielli. Excellent performance from her. The year before that, getting huge cheers, Aliska Martinkova, Czech race walker. The last two winners, or indeed the first two winners of this event at the rebranded European Athletics Race Walking Team Championships. Once Italians perhaps not amongst the favourites. We'll certainly see Italians to the fore, I'm sure, very shortly in some of the races later on today. Probably one of the few races, indeed possibly the only race, when the Italians may not necessarily be amongst the main contenders. Here's Alessia Pop of Romania. Pop, European under-18 silver medalist, so 5 kilometers on the track last summer in Banska Bystrica. A very good personal best indeed of 45.43. Now Serena De Fabio, reigning under-18 champion from Banska Bystrica last year, but hasn't had the best of years so far, which is one of the reasons why I didn't really rate the Italians in my small preamble a little bit a moment or two ago. Chloé Laroche of France did well at the World Under-20 Championships last summer. Lima. Nina Stankovic, well, she's the fastest woman in the field, the Serbian. Personal best of 44.16 in Dudinska. And of course, Kuska, European under-18 bronze medalist from Banska Bystrica. So we've got all 3 medalists from that event last year. Looking to see whether we've got Sofia Santa Cruz up there though. Because Santa Cruz, the reigning European under-20 champion and 2022 European under-18 champion. Just checking to see whether she's up there. She wasn't amongst the presentation, which was a bit of a surprise. Yes, she's definitely on the start list and the start line. I can see her there. Looking for a winning time around the 45 and change mark, I think. So they're away. The third race of the day, women's under-20 10 kilometers. Well, if you're watching the program earlier, you'll know that this is a 1 kilometer loop around this very picturesque park in the center of Podebrady. Waiting for them to come into sight. This nice long shot. It's big. Starting straight. Finish line about a quarter way along this echelon. Straight to the front, it's the Romanian Pop. See there, that group of Polish athletes all racing together. these athletes. Surprisingly a little way back. So the race just starting to unwind at the moment. There's Pop, Santa Cruz, Stankovic, all the main protagonists we were expecting. De Fabio. That's one of the Spaniards there. I think that's Pisa. Yes, and the third one there as well. Gina Torres as well. The Italians, Elisa Martini, starting to slip off the back of that big group at the front. Then bits of France is also up there. As we look back down the field, 28 women from 13 countries. 9 women in that leading group as they cross the line. First kilometre completed in 4:28. Kavlak of Turkey, as you can see, also up there. Louvre of France. I think I said 9, but maybe there's 10 women in that leading group. Just doing a quick count. Very early stages in this race, but France, Spain and Italy battling for the medals in the team competition. Long way to go though. Interesting the Pops up there. I mean, Romania have never won a gold medal at these championships. 3 silver and 3 bronze in the past, looking at my stats, but never a gold. Wonder if Pop can make history for Romania. And, pardon the pun, I'm sure there'll be a few cola bottles popping, or perhaps even champagne bottle corks popping. The group a little bit further back, that's the second large group, and then we've got Lisa Martini of Italy in the middle of the 2 groups. This group, too early to discount anybody, to be honest, as we saw Maria Perez and Massimo Stano didn't really show too early in their races. They were back in third and fourth place over the first half of the race before coming through and actually delivering phenomenal second half of the races during the men's and women's 35 kilometres. Perhaps a little bit different in the under 20, or as we'd like to say, junior ranks over 10 kilometres. So Di Fabio up the front. So just over halfway around this course. Shot there of the three Spaniards. Santa Cruz accompanied by Julia Pisa and Ventura up there as well. Should say Julia Suarez Pisa to give her a full name. Last in a group behind Stankovic, who's now taken the lead. So nothing really in it amongst the leading contenders. 8 women altogether. Merritt starting to drift off the back just a little bit. Roche up there as well. So following on from a 4:28 lap, that was a 4:31. Intrinsically not much difference. Nobody at the moment really deciding to push the pace really hard. Good consistent form from Pop. Was that Pop being worn there? That yellow paddle being displayed, and one of the women at the back as well. Wondering whether that was the Turk who was shown. Maybe it was one of the Spaniards. Pop's had a good year so far. Busy year as well. Took the Romanian junior title indoors over 3,000 metres. And the Romanian under-23 title in Bucharest over this distance, 10 kilometres. Finished second in the junior race in Dudinsa, which is always a very good indication of form and class. So at the moment, race favourite Stankovic not really showing just tucked in. Racing very cleverly, Stankovic at the moment. Leads the world on the roads with 44.16, which he set in Dudinska. Leaving Pop, despite Romanian having a very good race herself. About a minute and 3/4 in arrears. Still Christina Pop. Fabio up there. LaRoche and Stankovic just keeping control of proceedings, keeping her eye on what's going on. So that was a slightly quicker lap. 4:28 lap. Suarez Pisa just getting detached from the group, as you saw on the pictures just a moment ago. Here's the second big group coming through. These women, though, in 12th place and backwards. Back to the front. And it is Alessia Christina Pop who's leading the way. Pop just missed out on a medal at those World Under-20 Championships last year in Lima. And she finished 4th. She was still 17 years of age then. Like all of these women, of course, stating the obvious, they will be eligible to race at the European Under-20 Championships, which will be coming up in August in Tampere in Finland. And the entirety, every single minute of that 4-day championships will be live streamed by European Athletics. So nobody in the leading pack, despite a few warnings, has been given a red card yet. And just to remind you, 3 red cards. And you end up going into the sin bin for a minute. It's 1 minute for every 10 kilometres, so it's only a minute for these women. It was 3.5 minutes earlier for the men's and women's 35-kilometre race walkers. Well, LaRoche looking comfortable, very comfortable. Several countries having blue apparel. Pop in Romania, LaRoche of France up there. Fabio of Italy also in blue, as is the Serbian Stankovic with red body on it. So Sometimes a little bit difficult to tell who's who at a distance. Got the Spaniards up there, Santa Cruz and Ventura. So we're now down to 6 women in this leading group. Over the course of that 4th kilometre, that's shaken them out a little bit. So 4 kilometres undertaken, 17:57. So that's a 4:30 kilometre. It's pretty consistent from Pop at the front, who's been making most of the headway. Now we switch our attention briefly to the victory ceremony podium. The 3 women up there who took the medals in the women's 35 kilometres earlier. So Nicola Combi taking the bronze. Personal best for the Italian of 2:41.47, and actually inside the old Italian record. And it would have been Italian record, but for this woman who's just about to climb onto 2nd place on the podium. 2020 Olympic 20 kilometre champion, and now the silver medalist at the European Racewalking Team Championships 35 kilometres on her debut at the distance, Antonella Palmisano. An Italian record of 2:39.35. But she couldn't do anything about this woman, Maria Perez. Perez, well, she set a world record here 2 years ago. Wasn't in quite that sort of form, but still in fantastic shape and good enough to come through in 2:38.59, a time only she and 2 other women have ever beaten.
Thank you, congratulations. Gratulujeme ještě jednou 3 nejlepším ženám na trati 35 kilometrů.
Well, back to the track, or should I say the road around the park. Just in case you're wondering, Maria Perez took Spain's 32nd gold medal at these European Athletics Racewalking Championships and its predecessor, the European Athletics Racewalking Cup. And the country ahead of them on the historic tables is Russia with 63 gold. So the victory ceremony for the teams in the women's 35 kilometres. Rather disappointingly and sadly, only 2 teams actually scored. So taking the silver medal, the Spaniards, the scoring trio of Perez, Montesinos and Cantero. Perez once again in the middle, alongside her Justina Montesinos, who was 6th on this occasion, having finished in the bronze medal place 2 years ago, and a little bit further back, Beatrice Cantero. But it's Italy once again that dominated the competition and take the plaudits. There's the 6th placer, Federica Curiazzi, Palmerzano, and Nicole Colombi. So that's gold medal 23 in the history of these championships for Italy. There's just 2 teams to score. Nobody else can put 3 into the classification. And the ever eager Maria Perez wants to get a photo of everybody. Gosh. Wonder how much memory her camera's got. She's probably used up quite a lot of space. And it's still 6 women battling at the front. La Roche took them through the halfway point in 22:26. Just as a reminder, the 6 women up there, it's Alessia Cristina Pop of Romania, along with Claudia La Roche, Serena De Fabio, Italy, Mina Stankovic, the world leader from Serbia, and then the pair of Spaniards, Sofia Santa Cruz and Claudia Ventura. So those are the 6 women who put quite a considerable distance between themselves and the rest of the field. There's 27 seconds between themselves and Marine Merbitz of France, a little bit further back in 7th place. 26:57. Another 4:31. They're racing very, very consistently. It's the second consecutive kilometre in 4:31. This is that group just a bit further back. This group is about a minute 45 adrift of the leaders, so almost half a lap behind the likes of Alessia Kristina Pop and Bina Stankovic and all the rest. Diminutive figure of Sofia Santa Cruz to the left-hand side of your screen. Former European under-18 champion, last year's under-20 champion, over 10,000 metres on the track in the race walk. And it's Chloe Laroche who's doing very well at the moment. 8th in Lima last year. Roche's really worked very hard at the front over the course of the last lap and a half. Spain still leading the way. Of course, only 2 to score in the junior races, the under-20 races. So Spain, by virtue of having 2 in the top 6, beating out France at the moment. They've just gone beyond the halfway point. Nobody yet to enter the sin bin, but you can see there's 4 women on 2 red cards, 1 more, and they'll be spending a minute in there. These women are starting to lap some of the back markers. Santa Cruz now. Now, could this be a decisive surge from Santa Cruz? She's a very, very strong tactical racer. She's, of course, as far as the Spanish race walking community is concerned, they know how to race at championships. Santa Cruz now, yes, this is without doubt a very definite effort. It's looking as though Pop is the one who led through much of the first half of the race, who's now starting to struggle. The Romanian with 5:19 on her back, starting to drift back. And Santa Cruz now, it's about 20 metres clear. So coming through, be interesting to see what that lap time was. I think possibly the quickest of the race. Yes, a 4:20. Fastest before then, 4:28. So that was very, very important, that 7th lap. Stankovic, Laroche, Fabio and Ventura still in a pack of 4 behind her. Only 2 seconds difference between Santa Cruz and the group behind her at the moment. But Santa Cruz, well, she's got all the credentials of winning 2 European age group titles on the track. Starting to look like a decisive surge from Sofia Santa Cruz. Looking as though Ventura is starting to struggle at the rear of that group. That's Santa Cruz, though, getting a warning. Well, she hasn't banked any red cards yet, so she's got some room for manoeuvre. So Santa Cruz starting to overtake some of the back markers now. She's just gone past Germany's Nika Illing. Isabel Luis, the Portuguese runner. Walker, who's just disappeared out of shot, is her next target. And Santa Cruz is now starting to look very strong and really pull away from the rest. Stankovic and De Fabio doing well. Ventura drifting back. There's Isabel Luis, Portuguese Walker. Wow, how can this trio respond to that surge? And Santa Cruz, don't forget, is a vastly experienced walker, despite her tender years. 19 years of age now. Hails from Sabadell, not far from Barcelona. Whoa, what a kilometre that was. That was really decisive. That was a 4:14 kilometre. No surprise that the rest are struggling to stay with her, and that gap is starting to grow now. 7 seconds between Santa Cruz and that chasing group of Stankovic, De Fabio and La Roche. Ventura now looks out of it, but it is Spain who are in the lead in the team competition at the moment. There's one of the Turks. I think that's Sagdiz. And it's going to be Sagdiz and Kovac who are the next targets for Santa Cruz. So Santa Cruz now steaming away. Just over a lap and a half for Santa Cruz. And she's really starting to pour it on now. Well, she Took her first European under-20 title in Jerusalem on the track 2 years ago at the age of just 17. She's 19 now. One outing already this year over this distance. She won the Spanish under-20 title on the roads just to confirm her place in Podebrady. That was a fairly straightforward outing. 46.54. This is a bit different though. This is quick. This is very quick indeed. This is going to be, well, around 44 seconds. Of course, she'll have been motivated by the sight of seeing Maria Perez stride to gold a little bit earlier. But it's Sofia Santa Cruz now who's starting to dominate. Behind her, well, it's still a three-way battle for the other two medals. There she goes past Kovac, the Hungarian. It's worth remembering that Kovac is a national age group champion herself. Good racer, but Sofia Santa Cruz is peerless at the moment. So LaRoche surging. It's a big gap. But she's still got Santa Cruz in her sights. Now disappearing out of it as she turns the corner to the left. Just coming around now. So she'll cross the line for the penultimate time. This will be 9 kilometers completed. It's well inside 40 minutes, 39.48. A 4:17 lap there. LaRoche hanging on, pushing away from Stankovic and Di Fabio. That gap isn't decisive at the moment though, as they go past Kovac and Sagdish, the lapped Turk and Hungarian. Well, LaRoche has been quite busy this year. She's sharpened up with a couple of outings over 3,000 metres in France. Improved her personal best in Le Mans in March to 44.58. Quite rightly, she was amongst the athletes being presented earlier. But the one woman who was missing from that presentation, Sofia Santa Cruz, is dominating the race at the moment. Now, Santa Cruz, probably less than 3 minutes of walking remaining. She's glancing around, you can see she's wondering what's going on behind her. Just had a little glance over her left shoulder there. But at the moment, the way things are going is that she's walking away to gold in Podebrady. And Di Fabio has overtaken the flagging LaRoche. Stankovic is out of the reckoning now. Di Fabio's got to be spurred on by her teammates. There's a lot of Italian racewalking fans who've made the trip to Podebrady. And it's Di Fabio at the moment. I think Ventura's back in 5th. Wait and see. Here's Sofia Santa Cruz starting to reel in an awful lot of the racers. Just remember, these women are 1 kilometre, about 4.5 minutes of racing behind. Sofia Santa Cruz, in the space of 10 kilometres, has managed to reel all these women in. There's Di Fabio still holding second place, but Stankovic trying to desperately get up onto level terms with her Italian and French rivals. Now it's La Roche again surging behind. This is a thrilling battle for the silver and bronze, even if Sofia Santa Cruz is out in front by some margin. So they're coming around, just a few hundred metres left. And this looks as though it's going to be a world-leading time from Sofia Santa Cruz. La Roche, well, the road's going to run out for her as she pulls away from Di Fabio, Serena Di Fabio of Italy. And Sofia Santa Cruz, having to disappear around a few back markers, grabs the flag from exactly the same place that Maria Perez took it. And she comes through to make it a second Spanish victory of these European Athletics Race Walking Team Championships. Sofia Santa Cruz is the under-20 winner over 10 kilometres and the best ever time ever seen in Podebrady, 43.57. La Roche closed to 5 seconds. There just wasn't enough time on the road. It'll be an interesting battle when they meet again, I would imagine, at the European Under-20 Championships. Serena Di Fabio, I think that must be a personal best as well for her, 44.08. Stankovic just 5 seconds outside her best. And Ventura comes home in a personal best as well, 44.44. And I think that gives Spain the team medals. Tally of 6 is going to be hard to beat. Oh, there's the early leader, Alessia Cristina Pott, just cramping up, I think. I don't think there's anything too serious, but needs to get some ice on that, I think. There's very happy Serena Di Fabio, adding to Italy's already extensive medal collection. Claudia La Roche. Well, that was a great last kilometre from La Roche to close the deficit on Sofia Santa Cruz, but Santa Cruz just had too much of an advantage. When Santa Cruz broke away with about a quarter of the race remaining, you had that feeling that that was a decisive surge. Looks like France will have taken the silver medals in the team race and Italy the bronze. Here we see those closing meters. Sofia Santa Cruz just getting directed as she looks at it over to the right hand side. That very, very thick finish line tape with all the sponsors and partners of European Athletics and the local organisers, for which they deserve a shout out for investing their time, effort and money into this competition. Thank you very much. Claudia La Roche, once across the line, she can pick up her feet and get into a little jog. Serena Di Fabio, in the end, didn't have quite enough left in the tank to get her up to the silver medal, but a bronze, yet another medal goes to Italy. And the clock's still ticking. There's still quite a lot of the 28 women to come home. 9 home. If you'd have been 3 to count. It could have been France that would take the title. There's and the women still coming home. Julia Suarez Pisa, who was up there in the leading group in the early stage of the race, drifting back to 10th. Ferreira of Portugal, another woman to get a personal best. Along with Zembrowska of Poland. Ruben of Turkey. Well, these races have just been absolutely outstanding. A real feast of race walking. In fact, it's almost unusual if you're not coming away from here with a personal best or even a national record. Well, there's the Spaniards. They will take the team title. Santa Cruz in first and Ventura in fifth, gives them 6 points. And I think also Julia Suarez Pisa will be standing up there as well. Sagdiz, the Turk. I've seen a lot of her during the live stream. Turkey, of course, a great race walking tradition themselves. So with the back markers coming in, 20 home, just a few women left. 20th place, Kovac of Hungary. It's time to take a short break from commentary for 15 minutes. Just to mark your card, the next race on the programme at 12:35 Central European Time. That's 2 hours ahead of Universal Time, GMT, is the women's 20 kilometre, and that's an absolutely fantastic race with some great names lined up for it. We'll see you very shortly.
pohybuje jedna závodnice, která to vyšla v čase 49:35, kilometrů 9 kilometrů, poslední vězení mezi časem, a to je Noemi Mačo, jedna z dvojice maďarských závodnic, takže vlastně Maďarky dostali také nejlépe, díky dopadla Alexandra Kováč na 20. pozici. Maďarka Noemi Mačo, to je 17letá závodnice. Letos startovala vítězky také na 5kilometrové distanci, druhé místo obsadila v Techničavě také na 5 kilometrů. Rodačka z Budapešti ještě vyjíždíme do cíle. Ale předchozí okruh absolvovala zhruba za 5,5 minuty, takže by se měla dostavit do cíle v čase těsně nad hranicí 55 minut. Takže na necelou minutu budeme mít v cíli 28. pozadí, kterou je tedy Maďarka Noemi Mačo. Viděli jsme tedy nejrychlejší desítku 10kilometrovou trať v podání juniorek. Juniorky Sofia Santagriou posunula tuto hodnotu v Podebrady. Už šlo 44 minut na 4:57. Je to nejlepší světový útok této sezóny juniorské kategorie a je to hodně vysoká sezóna letka hodná rukovice pro další soupeř pro další závodnice do nadcházející fáze sezóny. Noemi Mačo dochází do cíle 28. místo, jsme moc rádi, že všech 28 holky v rámci juniorské kategorie dokončilo tuto 10 kilometrů trať, dáme do třetí ve
startovní boj. Bude také česká reprezentantka Emma Klementová, takže vydržte, dejte si dobrou kávu a za pár minut zase ožije lázeňský okruh a vrhneme se na 20 km podání žen, hlavou který bude nejenom evropským týmovým šampionátem, ale také vlastně dalším ročníkem meetingu. Poděbradská kůze, Podebrady walking, chcete-li.
Ty mají dvě podrážky, že jo?
No, a byl jsem v nich tak 10krát na tréninku, ty vole. A úplně v týče podrážka, jakože by si musel mé loupat.
Se potom pro profíky smyval, nekázal tam
Jsem to reklamoval, vole, ještě jenom neptali.
Jak to pásku, jak jste měl slepej.
No jasně. A to máš taky docela a to já to jsem
Well, you can see the 34 women assembling for the women's 20-kilometer race walk. Get underway in just a few minutes' time, about 5 minutes' time. There's the Hungarian trio. Giulia Gabrielli in the middle of the shot. The under-20 winner. Over 10 kilometres 2 years ago here on this course in Podebrady. Well, this is over 20 kilometres, twice the distance, but Gabrielli very much amongst one of the potential favourites for a medal. Well, 2 years ago, the winner was Piotti of Greece, but here's Pauline Stay. Well, she's already the European Under-23 champion from 2 years ago. Now looking to make her mark on the senior stage. Stay now 23 years of age. Also took silver in Tallinn in 2021. Is Italy's Alexandrina Michai, European Under-23 silver medalist behind Stay. Anita Chumosa. Well, keep an eye on this woman. Well, we've had 2 women's winners in the 2 women's races so far from Spain. Could Chumosa make it a hat-trick? 3 times national champion. European Under-23 bronze medalist 2 years ago, but has really moved up a step or 2 in the last year. Ludmila Olianowska, well, it's got a World Championships bronze medal there. I think many people will remember her winning that dramatic European bronze medal in Rome last year when she just beat the Spaniard Laura Garcia Caro on the line. And Klimentova. Nice overhead graphic. Just 1 kilometre. Drinky and Sponge Station halfway down the first straight. So more or less a rectangular course. Follow the paths a little bit on the western edge. Klementova, the reigning Czech champion over this distance. – 15 countries represented in amongst those 34 women. There's going to be a new name on the trophy. No other previous winner has ever who's taken the title at this European Race Walking Team Championships or its predecessor, the European Race Walking Cup, is competing in this race. We're expecting to see Tris Piotti up until a couple of days ago, last edition's winner, but sadly the Greek woman has withdrawn through illness. We believe it to be a dose of flu. And they're away. Well, the women's medalists 2 years ago in the teams were Italy, Ukraine and France. Spaniards, though, put out a good team. Wouldn't be surprised to see the Spaniards in amongst the medals once again. They did win the team title when it was the old European Cup. 3 editions in succession from 2017, 2019 to 2024, 2021, before missing out 2 years ago. And the tree's slightly obscuring who's up there at the front, but you can tell that the French are featuring strongly.
It's the automatic qualifying time for the Tokyo World Championships, so some of these athletes will have that in mind. It's going to be a really open race.
Also, Katarzyna Zedzieblo, 2-time World Championship silver medalist, took silver over 20 kilometres and 35 kilometres at the 2022 World Championships in Eugene. Zedzieblo featuring there. Beckmez as well. Bekmez was an outstanding walker in the age groups. Hasn't quite fulfilled her teenage promise, but she's still only 24.
Závodu se 20-kilometrová trať žen začala chodit teprve v roce 2001. Do té doby
Bekmez, the diminutive Turk there.
v závodech tady Poděbradech chodila
World Under 20 Championships silver medal on the track when they over 10,000 meters back in 2018.
historicky se 20 v Poděbradech chodí od roku 2001 a list vítězů obsahuje skutečně velká jména.
So we'll be paying close attention to the lap times as well as the race starts to develop.
To pole závodnic se už natahuje, ale samozřejmě největší favoritky půjdou pohromadě možná až do poloviny závodu, pokud se nestane něco podobného jako u mužů na 35, takže vidíme tam na čele francouzské, italské dresy, samozřejmě.
So the French team immediately at the front there. They've got a very, very strong team. Clement Beretta, Monte Calpo,
Nice shot there.
2 years ago. A personal best of 1 hour 28:44.
Italians and the French, once again, we expect them to be in contention for team honours.
Top spot again.
Ano, Tom Bosworth, který je společně s námi tady na komentátorském stanovišti, mluvil o francouzské favoritce Clemence Beretaové, 27leté závodnici, která je tam v té skupince vedoucích závodnic a bude zřejmě udávat to tempo. Francouzka má číslo 308 a to je žena, která byla dvakrát nejlepší osmičce na evropských šampionátech, 7násobná francouzská šampionka a letos už zašla čas na hranici 1 hodiny 30 minut.
Looking around for Antia Chamosa. Well, she's the fastest in this field on this year's rankings with 1:27.55, which she did in Spain at the end of March. It wasn't showing to the 4 there, but in this early stage of the race, that doesn't really mean very much, as we saw from both the men's and the women's 35 kilometers earlier. The race leaders through the halfway point drifted a long way back and out of the medals. Antia Chamosa in the middle of that pack. So just about to come up and complete the first kilometre. That's Pauline Stay leading the way. 4:44. It's not super quick pace. Got a big group up there as well, as you might imagine. Chamosa just tucked in well at the back. Also up the Spaniards, Juarez and Sanchez Puebla up there. To give a shout out to another woman who is at the front at the moment, Clemence Beretta, twice finishing in the top 8 at the European Championships in this discipline, 7 times national champion over a variety of distances. So Beretta will be hoping that the French can get amongst the team medals. It's a bit further down the field. Just looking at that Klíková, one of the other Czech competitors there. As Pauline Stay drifts over from the left-hand side of the field, the right-hand side of your screen, into the opposite direction. See the Romanians at the front there as well. Ukraine sent a full contingent of 4 walkers here. Well, that looks as though it might have even been Stay who gets early warning. You need 3 warnings from 3 different judges around the course to get a red card, and then 3 red cards sees you spend 2 minutes, I should say. 1 minute for every kilometre in the sin bin. Yes, that does look like not Stay, I think it was the pole on the far side. Setsioblog. So 9:14. Second kilometre. So considerably quicker second kilometre. Exactly 4 minutes 30 seconds that second kilometre. Nicely done. All the flags of the 22 competing nations. I hadn't seen that before. It's splendid. A sponge in the shapes of animals. That's great fun. Showing well as well at the moment, the 2 Ukrainians, Olyanovska and Sakharuk. Ukraine doing well at this stage. It's a bit further down the field. Ukraine at this stage after just a couple of the 20 laps. 2 down and another 18 to go. Ukraine in the lead in the team competition. Nothing really to choose between France and Spain at this stage as well. Italy a bit further back. There's 2 of the Italians further down the field. They're all spread out. Interesting enough, in this 20-kilometre race walk, the Spaniards wearing their changed white apparel. We saw Maria Perez wearing that in the earlier race, and then the juniors, the under-20 athletes, switching to more familiar colours, and the men also wearing it, the famous red and gold of Spain. And a warning going to one of the Italians. Chiarini, who was getting a warning there. Still a big group at the front. Just trying to count up and make it about 12 women at the front there. Going all the way back to Zieblo at the back. So even slightly quicker lap as they go through. 13:42. That's a 4:28 lap. That's the quickest lap so far. After a 4:44 and then a 4:30. Just leave the women's 20k to one side for the moment and have the victory ceremony for the under 20 women's 10k. That was a really good race, really entertaining race. There's the 3 medalists. So, taking the bronze medal, Serena De Fabio. Fabio. Last year's under 18 European champion on the track. Chloe Laroche. Well, Laroche won that intriguing and entertaining battle for the silver medal and was starting to close down on the winner in the centre of your screen, Sofia Santa Cruz, towards the end of the race. Just didn't have enough road left, and Sofia Santa Cruz timed her surge, pulled away from the rest at just after 7 kilometres and came through in a personal best and the best ever time by an under 20 woman in Podebrady in all its years of 43:57. Well, appropriate applause for Sofia Santa Cruz of Spain, flanked with Chloe Laroche of France and Serena De Fabio of Italy. And Santa Cruz adding to her European Under-18 title from 2022 and her European Under-20 title from the following year in 2023. Those two titles gained on the track, this one on the road. And we are back to the road. Well, there doesn't look as though there's been many changes. Still something like a 10 or 11 strong leading pack in the women's race. As they're coming round to complete 4 kilometres. We didn't see much of that race, but over the last lap, that was a very quick kilometre. Sakharuk of Ukraine deciding to push the pace at the front alongside Olyanavska. As we look at the medal ceremony for the Under-20 women's team title.
Congratulations. Třetí a 9. místo v juniorských závodech se počítají 2 nejrychlejší závodnice.
So we just saw there the Italian trio, which included Serena De Fabio and Elisa Marini in 3rd and 9th. They were the scorers. In 2nd place, French trio, including Chloe Laroche and Marine Meritz. Lena Bouvet also up there. The gold medals go to Spain. Just 6 points. Sofia Santa Cruz being helped by Claudia Ventura in 5th place. And the trio completed by Julia Suarez Pisa, who finished 10th.
Všechny ale šli do týmové soutěže. Každopádně velká gratulace španělskému týmu a znovu si poslechneme španělskou národní hymnu. So ladies and gentlemen, once again.
So for the second time in just a few minutes, the Spanish national anthem. Well, Suarez Pisa, Santa Cruz and Ventura take Spain's historic tally up to 34 gold medals in the history of these championships and its predecessor, the European Race Walking Cup. At the moment, they're looking good for perhaps a 35th gold medal, perhaps in the team competition here. Although likes of Ukraine and France may very much have something to say about that. Just catch them just short of the 5-kilometer mark. So 22:35 with Beretta taking them through. Well, we've lost Moutard off the back. We've lost the two Frenchwomen. Delhair. We've still got Pauline Stay up there. Well, that means it's looking good for the French and Ukraine as well at the moment in the team competition. But Beretta still working hard. Behind her, are the Ukrainians, Sakharuk, Ulyanovska. Ukraine at the moment leading from France and Spain. This is a little bit further down the field. The sponges again. That cheered me up enormously seeing all those little sponge animals. Some water as well. A lot of the walkers deciding not to take on any liquid or cool themselves down. Well, the thermometer's gone up to about 12 degrees. I would have said it was just a fraction, a few degrees lower than they would have ideally liked, but that didn't seem to provide either Massimo Stano or Maria Perez with any problems earlier on, as Stano went on to that magnificent world record, and Maria Perez also broke 2:39 as well. So it's Beretta at the front, taller of the two Ukrainians, over towards the right-hand side of your screen, Ulyanovska. Following very closely behind, Pauline Stay and Shurak. The three Spaniards over to the left-hand side of your screen. So we've got Chamosa, Sanchez Puebla and Juarez all grouped together. And I have a feeling, just having a look at the way things are working out, is that they're walking as a team at this stage. It might be every woman from themselves from the halfway point, but still quite a way from that. We've only just completed just over 5 kilometres. Beckmez up there as well. After looking as though she was getting detached, Zed Diablo, the two-time World Championship silver medalist from Eugene 3 years ago, has got back, detached, and got back on the back of that leading group. Also up there, and I hadn't noticed her earlier, Elena Sobchuk of Ukraine. So there's 3 Ukrainians in the top 10. That augurs well for their hopes of a medal. Not least of which the fact that you've got Sakharuk and Ulyanovska up there as well, battling for the individual medals. So we're on almost exactly 1:30 pace at the moment. Beretta goes through 6 kilometres, 26:59. That's the quickest kilometre of this race so far, 4:24. And if it carries on like this, I think we might end up seeing one or two of these women starting to drift off the back of this leading pack very shortly. There's Spaniards just cooling down, taking some sponges on. But it's still Beretta at the front, and the taller of the two leading Ukrainians, Ludmila Olyanovska. Mihai has been in there and just walking very, very solidly, very consistently. Hasn't been challenging, hasn't been pushing the pace. Now, nearly all of these women have got personal bests around the between 27 and 29 minutes, so this isn't unknown territory for them, but doing it on a day like today is a bit more difficult. One woman who's really performing very well at the moment is Lydia Sanchez Puebla. Personal best of 1:30.24, so she's operating at a slightly higher pace than she's ever done before. So Ukraine, France and Spain, they're the three countries in the medal positions at the moment in this women's 20-kilometre team race. But we're just 6 kilometres into it, so a lot can change. Uh, 12 centigrade, 67% humidity. Now, we were expecting a little bit of light rain. We haven't seen that yet. Let's hope it stays away, although as long as it's just a light rain, I don't think the women's 20-kilometre walkers will be too worried about it. When it starts blowing or getting particularly hard. So Pauline Stay looking as though she's drifting across, just taking on some refreshment. Not all of them are doing it. Sakharuk deciding to take on some liquid as well. Now it's back to business. And there's a gap between the leading four of Beretta, the two Ukrainians, Olyanovska and Sakharuk, and Mihai. Mihai cleverly covering the brakes. There's just a couple of meters between them and the rest in that erstwhile leading group, which is starting, as I predicted, to break up a little bit now. There's Pauline Stay in 5th place at the moment. There's the three Spaniards together with Zjedeblo. So Stay needs to make sure, a bit like road racing, road running I should say, that she doesn't get detached. Otherwise it's hard to get back on your own, back up to the leading group. And you find yourself drifting back into the second chasing group. At the moment it's Beretta pushing the pace once again. Beretta 2 years ago was 6th. considerably better at the moment. Looking a bit further down the field. Well, these Hungarians, Italians, Estonians in that pack being represented, but here's Beretta. And Olyanovska alongside her. Beretta, the French record holder at 1:28.44 for this distance. It's part of the French duo that finished 11th in the Olympic Games last year on home soil in Paris in the marathon mixed race walk relay. Never ever got a major international medal individually. So, but looking very strong at the moment. As to, it has to be said, the two Ukrainians, Maria Sakharuk and Lyudmila Olyanovska. Olyanovska got bronze in Rome last year with that dramatic finish, just to pip Laura Garcia Caro on the line while the Spaniard was celebrating and waving the flag. Beretta finished 7th in that particular race. Mihai's dropped away a little bit. She was finding the pace too hot to handle at front from the two Ukrainians, Sakharuk and Olyanovska. So these are the women in 4th and 5th place at the moment, just going through your screen. Turn around, just about to go through the 7-kilometer checkpoint. My apologies, it's 8 kilometers. So still the three women at the front. Beretta of France, Olyanovska of Ukraine, and Sakharuk of Ukraine as well. Nothing to choose between the three at the front. And then a 3-second gap back to Mihai of Italy and Pauline Stay, who know each other very well from the under-23 race 2 years ago. Sanchez Puebla and Santiago. Just a little bit further back, but it's these three women who are dominating proceedings at the moment. Scribbling down, doing the math. That 8th kilometre was a 4:22 kilometre. the front with the leaders. No change at the moment. Pauline Stay working hard, perhaps to try and get back up. Mihai starting to drop back a little. So Italy, well, after doing so well in the team contest in the first 3 races of the day, perhaps not featuring quite so strongly in this event. There's Pauline Stay in 4th place at the moment. It's these 3 women at the front who are really battling for gold. Of course, as we saw in the men's and women's 35-kilometre races, don't discount somebody coming through, though, in the second half of the race. So 9 kilometres, 40:03. So almost exactly 1:29 pace. That was another very quick kilometre. 4:21. The Spaniards starting to struggle. Juarez and Chimosa, who were expecting to, well, really be battling for the individual medals, starting to drift back as well. See there, quite a variety of techniques. So Pauline Stay and her Italian rival Mihai battling for 4th and 5th at the moment. Mihai starting to drift a little bit further back. Now the Spaniards, now this is interesting. Spaniards are starting to press just a little bit. I think they're starting to move. Chimosa and Sanchez Puebla. Ceciel Boel also starting to show her class and move up. Very shortly, we'll be coming up to the halfway point in this race. And as the cliche goes, in many respects, this is when the race starts. Talks about this so often in road running, marathons. It's the second half of the race. This is really just a prelude in so many different ways. So it's still Clemence Barretta, Ludmila Olyanovska, and Maria Sakharuk up there. There's quite a distance now back to Pauline Steh in 4th place at the moment. This group have really pulled away from the rest of the field. We're only halfway into the race as they cross the line after 10 kilometers. 44.24. So inside 1:29 pace, that's really good. Well, the championship record is Antonetta Palmisano's 1:27.42. Well, it's a little bit out of reach at the moment, but it's not a complete pipe dream. It looks like Ukraine are battling with the Spaniards. The Spaniard Chamosa. Could be doing Paula Juarez a little bit of a disservice, confusing her with Antia Chamosa. But it is the Spaniard in 6th place at the moment, Paula Juarez. Here we see her. No doubt at all who's up at the front. Now, Pauline Steh has worked really hard, really well. She's closing in on them. But still big gap between the leading trio and the principal chasers, Pauline Steh, Mihai of Italy. World Championships bronze medalist back in 2015 when they were in Beijing. Now 32 years of age. That was quite a breakthrough, quite a revelation at the time. I can remember watching it in Beijing, wondering who she was, but she really stamped her authority on that race and came home with a bronze medal. She was the European Under-23 champion in 2013, all that time ago, 12 years ago. And of course this year we'll have the European Under-23 Championships once again. Still the trio of from left to right on your screen. Olyanovska, Sakharuk and Beretta. 3 in the blue vest, 2 from Ukraine, 1 from France. Battling away. Oh, Beretta's having a few problems with the bib. Possibly not safety pinned down well enough. Pauline Stay. Kilometers undertaken, 48.41 for the leading trio. Stay now 14 seconds further back. Mihai another 3 seconds in arrears. None of the leading trio seem to be interested in the drinks and the cooling sponges. Here's the 2 Spaniards, Juarez and Sanchez Puebla. Now that's Chamosa drifting back. Oh, that's Chamosa, I think, who's been motioned, yes. Nope, it's Laura Redondo. My mistake. Redondo motioned to go into the penalty zone, the sin bin for 2 minutes. This is Juarez and Sanchez Puebla. Moment in 6th and 7th place. But still not too far adrift. Just 22 seconds adrift of the leading trio. And there's the 3 leaders though, spread across the street. Now the women starting to lap some of the back markers. There's one of the Hungarians being overtaken. Saw them at the start of the programme, but that was the last we saw of them up until now. Like a warning being given out to Sanchez Puebla. And the Spaniards has already been into the penalty zone. The other woman who's got to be careful is Mihai of Italy in 5th place at the moment. She's picked up 2 red cards. 12 kilometers through in 53:10. And Olyanovska now looks as though she's starting to surge, starting to try and break Clemence Beretta and Maria Sakharuk. This is the trio in 6th, 7th and 8th. Sanchez, Puebla, Juarez and Ziedblo. Clemence Beretta did waste any time in reeling in Ludmila Olyanovska, but it has had the effect of breaking the second Ukrainian, Maria Sakharuk. Ukraine in the lead in the team competition. A bit further down the standings, they've got their compatriot, Olena Sobchuk. She was down in 10th place when they passed 12 kilometers. So it's now very much turning into Ukraine versus France. Sakharuk now grimacing. The effort and the starting to take its toll. Last lap was a 4:23. Let's see what this is, because I think this pace has quickened up with Sakharchuk going backwards. There's Kate Veal. Well, she's just been lapped. The Irish woman who once upon a time took a World Under-18 title. Pauline Stay is definitely starting to reel in. Sakharuk now in that battle for the bronze. Mihai, well, possibly having to race a little bit more conservatively, well aware that she's got 2 red cards to her name at the moment, drifting backwards. Ziedblo up into 6th place at the moment, leading that trio of women who've been together for much of the race since it started to splinter. Ziedblo, Juarez and Sanchez Puebla. Up front it's Beretta and Olyanovska. Just doing the math. Well, that preceding kilometre 4:25, so still very quick. Not quite the quickest in the race. It was preceded by a 4:23. And Beretta and Olyanovska now starting to overtake quite a number of the map markers in this race. 34 women started it. Biggest of the women's races. And if you're enjoying this European Race Walking Team Championships, just to let you know that next Saturday we have the European 10,000 metres Cup coming to you from Passy in France. That'll be Saturday evening. Check out the exact times on the European Athletics website and its social media channels. And of course we have, over the course of this summer, around 40 European Athletics one-day meetings also being live streamed, and then we get into the most important continental competition of the summer, the European Team Championships, coming up in Madrid between the 26th and the 29th of June, followed by the European Athletics Under-23 Championships in July in Bergen, Norway, and then the European Athletics Under-20 Championships in Tampere in Finland in August. There's Mihai. Mihai competed at the last European Under-23 Championships when she got the silver medal behind Pauline Stay. And here they are battling once again. Mihai perhaps just drifting out of medal contention. Pauline Stay very much in it. But this is the front of the race. The women in gold and silver medal position at the moment. It's coming up to complete 14 kilometres. So more than 2/3 of the way into the race now. That was the fastest lap of the race by my reckoning. That's a 4:21 lap. And Sakharuk now, who was up with this pair for so long in the middle stage of the race, now starting to drift back, as you can see there. Pauline Stay very much in third place at the moment. It's 10 seconds in arrears of Beretta and Olyanovska. In fact, I think she might have been lapping even quicker than the leading pair. Sakharuk drifting backwards, unfortunately. Stay is just very slightly closing on the leading pair. The gap is just very gently narrowing. It's at about 1 second a lap over the last couple of laps, but she's going to have to work just that fraction harder if she's to reel in the leading pair. This is Chamosa now. She's come through very strongly over that last. Didn't really see a great deal of Chamosa. But she's now starting to work hard. She's up on the shoulder Zedziablo. At the moment, they're about 41 seconds adrift of the leaders, so there's a lot of ground to make up if they're to get into medal contention. But Chamosa is now starting to work very hard and do well. There you can see it's the Spaniard wearing the black bikini bottoms, Zedziablo with the red bottoms and the white top and red trim. No, Olejnovska. Won medals on the European and world stage, Olejnovska. Just missed out at the last European race walking team championships when she finished 4th on that occasion on this circuit. Finished 8th also in Podebrady in 2021. Pauline Stay. Now it'd be interesting to see whether Stay has managed to close the gap. She was 10 seconds in arrears at 14 kilometres. And she's working very, very hard. 15 kilometres undertaken in 1:06.18. So that was a fastest kilometre of the race, a 4:20 race, a 4:20 kilometre. But Stay has closed by a couple of seconds. I got the impression that she was closing just a little bit when we were able to judge it on the long straights. Mihai now drifting very much out of medal contention in 4th place. Look at that. Zedziablo now. It's moved up to 5th. Oh. Casciotti. I'm afraid her race has come to an end. Disqualification for her. So the Italian not strictly speaking a disqualification, but she's been pulled over into the penalty zone and she'll have a 2-minute penalty. Means she's really unable to help the Italian team in terms of the team standings. So Zedziablo now trying to close the gap in this last quarter of the race on Alessandrina Mihai, who's 15 seconds in front of her at the 15-kilometre point. So at the moment we're looking at a time just inside 1:29. They're pushing the pace at the moment. You can just see in the distance Pauline Stay. It's a head-on shot. Doesn't give a correct impression about how close Pauline Stay actually is. probably only about 40 meters away. But it's still Clemence Beretta and Ludmila Oljanovska battling. Well, it's debatable as to whether Oljanovska would say that if she was to win this, it would be the greatest race of her life, because she has taken medals on World and European Championship stages. But Beretta never been in amongst the medals at any major race walking event. Here's the women in 5th and 6th at the moment, Zedziablo and Chamosa. That's not Alessandrina Mihai, even though she's wearing an Italian vest. I think that was Glada Triana. 5 Italians in this race. Now Oljanovska. That was a clear surge there, about 150 meters ago. And Clan Beretta respond. 4 laps to go now. And that was another 4:20 lap from Oljanovska. She's pouring it on. Beretta now starting to get just ever so slightly detached. And her compatriot Pauline Stay starting to reel in Beretta now. Can Oljanovska remain focused? Well, Oljanovska has been on the podium of a few events, but the last time she won a major international title was the European Under-23 title more than a decade ago, back in 2013. It's been a long road from those championships back then to where she is now. I think I can't avoid saying that she also spent 4 years out of the sport with a drug ban. But, has been back in competition since the start of 2021. She was eligible to return at the start of 2020, but of course with COVID, that meant that she really didn't get into a race walking again until 2021. Here's Pauline Stay. So Stay, European Under-23 champion of a more recent vintage, decade after Oljanovska won her title. Here's Chamosa and Zedziablo. Now, how far away are they from Mihai? Well, they're closing on Mihai. There's an 18-second gap. We're back with the leader now. There's a warning there to Clemence Beretta. At the moment, she doesn't have any red cards to her name. Oljanovska and Stay both have 1 red card apiece. Oljanovska now starting to look very confident, very composed. By contrast, Clemence Beretta, even though she's walking extremely well, just starting to look as though she's tying up a little bit. France, though, still in the gold medal position as far as the Well, they've overtaken the Romanians thanks to Pauline Stay coming through. France now got women in second and third place. Spain battling with Ukraine for silver medal at the moment, but this race is far from over. Just over 3 laps to go, 3 kilometers to go. There's how things look a little bit further down the field. There's 2 Spaniards there. Somoza in 5th place at the moment. Zedziablo of Poland and Juarez up there as well. In 6th and 7th place. Here's Beretta. So just coming through 17 kilometers now. So about 10.5 minutes of walking left. Maybe a little bit less, possibly as little as 10 and a few seconds. Should say 12, just miscalculated, but certainly winning time inside 1:29 looking highly likely. It's a bit unlikely that the championship best of 1:27.42 by Antonella Parmisano from 4 years ago will be beaten, but it's going to be some very good times. Oljanowska, she's got a personal best of 1:27.09, so not going to approach that, I don't think, unless she manages to speed up rather remarkably over the course of the last 2 and 2/3 laps. Beretta, though, could well challenge her personal best of 1:28.44. Stay at 1:29.07. I think the best is on the cards for her as well, perhaps. You can see Sakharuk, who was up with the leaders for almost 2/3 of the race, now drifting back to 9th place, and that has affected Ukraine's gold medal chances in the team competition. The big question is, where is the 3rd French woman?
Hadi Tülin, hadi Tülin. Çık önüne, seni yorar onun ayakları, hadi. Kurtulan yandan çık, hadi. Hadi Tülin, çık.
Well, we haven't seen very much of her, but there's Anna Delahaye back down around 11th and 12th place. She's about almost 3 minutes adrift of the leaders. She could be the 3rd French scorer. Oljanowska looks as though, at the moment, she's in good shape to give Ukraine a gold medal. Zedziablo looking to try and break away from Somoza. Trying to reel in Alessandrina Mihai in front of her as well. These are the women in 5th, 6th and 7th. Ukraine have never won a gold medal in this particular event or its predecessor, the women's 10K. They've won 6 gold medals in the past. These are the women a little bit further down the field. Now is Stay at 9 seconds adrift of Beretta, able to reel in her compatriot over the final 2 kilometers. Just under 9 minutes of walking remaining for Ludmila Olyanovska. So that was a 4:30. Last kilometre, she was slowing those 2 earlier kilometres. Those 4:20 kilometres between 14 and 16 kilometres doing the damage. She's out on her own at the moment. Clemence Beretta shows no sign of reeling her in at the moment. Setsiablo is closing on Alessandrina Mihai. Mihai still sticking to her task though. There's Olyanovska. Well, she just lapped one of the Italians, and Beretta's going to come up on her as well. Olyanovska. Looking in great shape for a little bit of personal and national history. She never won a major gold medal as a senior. Myriad of national titles to her name. Here's Pauline Stay. They're just going round the medal podium as they hear the bell. So around 4.5 minutes of walking remaining for Ludmila Olyanovska. Can she keep Clemence Beretta at bay? The gap has just closed very slightly. Olyanovska looks as though she's just starting to show evidence of tiring. And Beretta, well, she's put daylight now between herself and Pauline Stay in third place after going through a bad patch. Beretta is coming back. Now, can she reel in Oljanovska over this last, well, about 900 meters now? Championship record, I don't think that's on the cards. That would require something quite spectacular on this last leg. That's not going to happen. It's still going to be well inside 129, which is a superb run. I should say walk. Keep on. He's a little bit further down the field. There's Mihai, blowing hard. It's been a tough race for Mihai. She stayed with the leaders for a while. Now the European leading time is 1:27.55 by Antia Chamosa. She did on Spanish soil back at the end of March. Chamosa at the moment back in 6th place though. Now that's the target really. A European leading time perhaps. Well, Clemence Beretta looking at a personal best behind Ludmila Oljanovska. So there's Oljanovska. Just about to lap Moutard of France. Moutard was a European under-23 bronze medalist behind Stay and Mihai. So there's 4.5 minutes difference between Oljanovska and the very good Frenchwoman that she's just lapped. There's, if you like, the list of miscreants. Who's got red cards? Mihai has just picked up a red card and is going to be serving 2 minutes in the penalty zone. That opens it up for Zedziablo and Chamosa to move up the standings. Unfortunately, it's probably not enough to help them close the gap on Stay. So Zedziablo out on the road are now 4th and Chamosa 5th. But Ludmila Oljanovska comes round at the very last bend. Ludmila Oljanovska breaks the tape for her first ever senior international title. She's followed home by Clemence Beretta, who gets a personal best with 1:28.05. And Pauline Stay, well, they must have a big pile of French flags around that corner because it's France 2 and 3. But the gold medal goes to Ludmila Oljanovska, 1:27.56. Oljanovska taking her first ever major international gold medal. She was formerly the European under-23 champion. There's Mihai. Well, she was out on the road and she was in 4th place before being directed into the penalty zone. She's going to have the frustration of seeing other race walkers go past her and a drop down the standings. Now, where are the rest of the French women and Ukrainians, and where are the Spaniards? It's now the team contest that's the focal point. I wonder if Katerina Zedziablo saw what was happening there. She comes through for 5th place, just behind Chamosa. We didn't see Chamosa come through the line. Juarez gets a big hug from her compatriot Chamosa. They're in good shape at the moment. 2 Frenchwomen, 2 Spaniards. It's looking like a place on the podium for both the French and the Spanish teams, but in what order? And there's the 3rd Spaniard through as well, Sanchez Puebla. So they got 17 points. There needs to be a French woman coming home in 12th or better. Keep an eye on who's coming through the line. Spain at the moment, certainly a place on the podium. But will it be silver or will it be gold? As we look at Ludmila Olyanovska, well, no doubt, who got the gold in the women's individual race. Chatting with Antia Chamosa there. Well, Olyanovska broke away with just under 55 kilometers to go. And even though she was challenged by Clemence Beretta, she managed to exert her authority over those final 3 or 4 kilometers to come home for gold. So Mihai lost 2 minutes there and drops from 4th on the road with just a few hundred meters to go to 8th across the line. We're still looking for that 3rd French woman. Just a few places remain. There we did see Chamosa, Zedziablo. They're the women in 4th and 5th. And I think Delahaye coming across the line clinches the team title for France. Delahaye in 10th means that France have 15 points and just pipped the Spaniards to team gold. Well, drama in that women's 20-kilometer race. Drama in the individual race, and it was a thrilling finish. Olyanovska, even though she was away with just over 4 kilometers to go, she could never relax. Beretta, well, went through a bad patch, but then came back at her. And the Spaniards, well, packing 3 into 7 wasn't quite enough because the French, 2nd, 3rd and 10th, subject to confirmation, will take team gold. 3rd might well be the Ukrainians. They've got 4th through the line now. Following Olyanovska home, Zakharuk, who was up with the leaders for so much of the race, drifting back to 9th, and in 14th, Sobchuk as well. So they've got 3 home now, 3 scorers. Italy, 2 home. Just waiting to see where the next is going to come through. I'm just wondering whether that 2-minute penalty for Mihai will prove crucial and keep the Italians out of the medals. Well, Giulia Gabriele, the junior 10K champion 2 years ago, coming home in 13th place. think the Italian total's going to be good enough to pip the Ukrainians. I'm just scribbling down on the back of a piece of paper here the totals, and I do make it France, Spain and Ukraine as we look at Ludmila Olyanovska come home for Ukraine being chased home by Clémence Beretta. Well, 2 years ago it was Spain, Italy and Ukraine in that order. It's looking as though it's France who are going to be on the podium for the very first time. I should correct myself there. I was looking at, I've got to confess, I was looking at the 35-kilometre standings from 2 years ago. In fact, it was Italy, Ukraine and France 2 years ago in that order. So I don't think Italy are going to be on the podium this time. And there we have it. France, Spain and Ukraine are indeed confirmed as the gold, silver and bronze medalists from the women's 20-kilometre race walk in terms of the team titles. Italy, well, they were the winners 2 years ago, in fourth on this occasion. And if there's any consolation to Alessandrina Mihai, at least that 2-minute penalty didn't cost her team a medal. Coming home, this is Mentova. Out on the road still, Mentova. And Eck as well, just crossing the line in 24th position. Eck finishing just under 10 minutes behind the winner, Ludmila Olyanovska. Very tired looking Emma Klementova. A few hundred meters for her. Getting applause from the local audience. I'm sure she's got friends out there around the course. Klementova speeds up and comes home to take 25th position. So there's still a few back markers to come home. 34 women started this race, 25 across the line, but it's time for me, Phil Minshall, just to take a brief break from commentary of about 35 minutes. We have the next race coming up at 14:55, the men's under-20 10-kilometre race. There's the Ukrainians, they'll be on the medal podium. Sklomitska, Sobchuk, the individual winner Ludmila Olyanovska and Sakharuk. They took the bronze medal. Have the victory ceremonies for the individual and women's 20-kilometre race during the course of the men's under-20 10 kilometres, which gets underway at 14:55 local time. So that's in 40 minutes from now. So please do join us again just before that race.
kilometrové trati na letošního roku začala do 1952. A teď už jízdí do cíle Dora Jorgen, reprezentantka Maďarska. Na balkonu naskočí do systému její výsledný čas, je to tady 1:48:17, přesně 2 minuty skončila. Na 32. jubileovou stěžka, takže Dora Jorgen je na 35. pozici. Legiová na mladších svěrech a ten poslední, nebo ten čtvrtý, tedy
si sáhnu pro kameru. Nesáhnu. Sáhnu. Hele. A mám to.
Navíc pohybujem díky ostatním. To tak si přát. A máš to tam.
Dosažením svého cíle splníte sny ostatním. Každou vaši aktivitu proměníme ve finanční podporu těm, co ji potřebují. Jsme s vámi. Skupina Czech.
Jsme Czech, výhradní provozovatel přenosové soustavy České republiky, která tvoří páteřní síť elektrizační soustavy. Přenášíme elektřinu z elektráren k distributorům a nepřetržitě udržujeme rovnováhu mezi výrobou a spotřebou elektřiny. Podporujeme inovace a tvoříme energetiku budoucnosti. Jsme součástí propojené evropské přenosové sítě. Radiožurnál Sport.
Vstuďte do světa iDnes Premium. Odemkněte si zpravodajství s přesahem, nejlepší reportáže, analýzy, silné rozhovory či sport ze všech úhlů pohledu. K tomu přednostní nákup vstupenek a další benefity. iDnes Premium. Svět exkluzivního čtení. Více na iDnes.cz/Premium.
Když se nebe sluncem vypálí, někam jdou po mě cestáví, svodně prokoulání svět na bělostém ubrusu.
Tak už snívé.
A ta nevěsta plá.
Podebrady. Více chuti do života a
15:55 a máme 15 minut ještě chvilku čas, tak jsme si říkali, že bychom společně s vámi mohli trochu zasoutěžit, abychom vás zapojili do toho dění, ať už nás sledujete tady přímo u stupňů vítězů u startovní čáry, a nebo u fontány. Máte možnost si teď s námi zahrát malý kvíz o Poděbradech a poděbradských chodeckých závodech. Pokud chcete do toho kvízu vyrazit společně s námi, tak my vám to na obrazovku pustíme.
Jo, a pak možná tadyhle, a pak jsou nějaký pěchory tadyhle v prostředku ještě.
Tady se to dá... Tady, tak tady tudy se to dá obejít, ne? Ne, taky.
Vy jste vlakem.
Třetí místo Trojka, gratulujeme. Za třetí místo se vydáváme. Druhé místo Peterka a první úplně absolutní vítězství. Pokud se srovnáte ten občanský průkaz na toto jméno, můžete se silnit procentu smyslu. Tady za obrazovkou dostanete tam něco hezkého, slogan evropského takového šampiona. Gratulujeme, děkujeme a vyšlo nám to celkem hezky, protože 5,5 kilometru vystartovat závod a 10 kilometrů juniorských chodců, takže za 2-3 minuty si budeme představovat top 5 ty nejlepší chodce, kteří budou stát za startu tohoto závodu.
Simone. Co? Simone, ještě Simone.
So there's the lineup for the under-20 men's 10-kilometre race walk. 31 competitors from 15 countries. Top of the list were the Spanish pair of Daniel Montfort and Jean Querel Serrano, amongst the two of the favourites. Slovakia's Lucas Rosenbaum, who competed in last year's European Under-18 Championships and had quite a high placing in the 10-kilometre race walk on the track, was also one of the favourites. This is Daniel Montfort. Montfort, fastest man in the field. Season's best of 4:32. 40:32, I should say. It's been a long day. It was great. Won the European and the Spanish under-20 title recently. This is Giuseppe Di Sabato. Took the bronze in Lima at the World Under-20 Championships, following on from his Under-18 European bronze back in 2022. Nick Joel Ricard took silver in the Podebrady walking tournament last year. The German, fourth on the European list this year. Roman Horbachov, fourth place in the European Olympic Festival, both in 2022 and 2023 as a 15 and 16-year-old. Alessio Coppola took bronze last year in Banska Bystrica, over 5,000 metres. This, of course, is over 10,000 metres, but pretty useful personal best at 42:30, I should say. One of those rare events where there's no home competitor, no Czech racer in this. So 10 laps of this wonderful park in the very centre of Podebrady, this spa town, about 50 kilometres from the Czechia capital, Prague. If you've been with us since the start of this morning, and it all got underway at 7:30 local time in Lezensky Park, you'll know we've already had one world record coming from Massimo Strano in the men's 35-kilometre walk. Terrific days walking. Those 35-kilometre races to start the day. Absolutely superb affairs with a plethora of national records and personal bests, as well as Strano's world record. Championship record was set 4 years ago by Spain's José Luis Hidalgo, 41:35. So it's possible that could be under attack from the likes of Montfort, Querel Serrano, Di Sabato. There's no doubt at all that this is a very quick circuit. It's already been seen. Well, we had world record this morning, and we also had Maria Perez's world record in the women's 35 kilometres race walk 2 years ago. She went on to retain her title. So they toe the line. Just over 40 minutes of race walking ahead of us.
Můžete fandit. Jo, tam je stop, no.
A long shot, so it should be familiar with from now. So, 8 gold medals already decided, 4 more to come in this, and then the concluding event of, it's been a long day, but an excellent day of race walking with the senior men's 20-kilometre race walk to get underway in just over an hour's time. Gold medals, well, we've had 3 go to Italy, 3 to Spain, and then in the last race we had Ludmila Olejanovska winning for Ukraine and France taking the team title. So, spread so far, 4 different countries have taken gold medals here and had their national anthems played. I say 4, we've still got the medal presentations to come up during the course of this race for the women's 20-kilometre race walk. Not difficult to pick out the Irishman wearing the familiar green vest. We've got Seamus Clark and Matthew Newell in the race. Up front, the very tall German. Nick Joel Ricard, no problems identifying him. Spaniards have gone for their alternate kit. Well, as I was saying, in the men's race, they went for the traditional red and gold, and in the women's under-20 race, but the Spaniards have gone for the alternate white kit with black shorts. Podebrady. I've mentioned it a little bit earlier today as well. Famous for its race walking. Staged its first race walking contest over 120 years ago. When they had a 50-kilometer race walk from Carlin to Podebrady. And then since 1929, there's been the annual Podebrady race walk meeting. Started out as a 50-kilometer race from the outskirts of Prague to Podebrady, and in recent times has been based around the center of the city. So very quick opening lap, just coming up to cross the finish and start line. Lead group of 6 men, I should say. And 2 Italians chasing them. Dispiato, Ricard amongst the favourites, Monfort Serrano. Picard's already also up there. And 3rd Spaniard Gonzalez. So 3 Spaniards in the top 6. They're handily paced for another team title at the moment. In recent years, 2 years ago, the winner was an Italian, Diogo Giampaolo. First year this European Race Walking Team Championships was held in Podebrady in 2021. It was a Spaniard, Jose Luis Hidalgo, who took the honours. And that day, second was Paul McGrath. We're going to see him in the last event of the day. The very impressive Spaniard who took silver at the European Championships last summer. Very early stage of the race though. Italy and Spain as expected, battling for the team honours after 1 kilometre. So that first kilometre, quick one, 4:05. And this field already strung out, barely 1,500 metres into this race. And there's the 2 Lithuanians, Pinskavicius and Kuliesa, towards the rear of the 31-man field. The major challenge will be perhaps to put up a decent performance, get personal best, and perhaps avoid being more than 2 laps down. This is a pretty decent pace at this stage. Who didn't get mentioned in the opening preamble, Bastien Picard, the 18-year-old. based in Loire. 8:05. That is absolutely flying with the pace being pushed by Dispiato. That's a 4-minute exactly second kilometre. Well, we're looking for some very quick times indeed. Off the back of that. Tunisia's Ryan Cherney is the world leader in this group with 40:14. It's an area under 20 record set on home soil about a month ago. Montfort leads the European lists at 40:32. Just remember, these men will meet again on the track. At least a large number of them I expect to see in Tampere in August when we go to Finland for the European Under-20 Championships. It's going to be a terrific 4 days of action, including men's and women's 10,000 metres race walk on the track. So there we go. Richard just slipping back, leading the way, Dispiato. He's really laying down the gauntlet to the three Spaniards. You've got Montfort on his shoulder, on his left shoulder. And you've got the two others, Gonzalez and Querel Serrano. Slight figure of Picard in there as well, all in blue for France. Well, France took the women's 20 km team titles. It's Dispiato pushing the pace very, very strongly at this stage. Somewhat distant seventh at the moment is Roman Gorbachev, who you saw in the initial presentations. He's a little bit way back Ukrainian at the moment. Gorbachev, best of Ukrainian trio, hoping to lead Ukraine onto the podium, just as Ulyanov did for the women. Ukraine taking the bronze in the women's 20k just a short while ago, just over half an hour ago. So it's Dispiato really pushing hard. Most of the others at the moment looking pretty comfortable, but this is a very, very frantic pace. Perfect conditions though for good race walking. Overcast, a little bit cloudy. It's about 12 degrees in the centre of Podebrady. This is going to be interesting. This is very quick indeed. This is 3:58 lap. Good heavens, this is very quick. Now, I'll tell you what, this is going to make a few people raise their eyebrows if this carries on and is around 40 minutes amongst the race walking fraternity around the world. Well, I mentioned Cherney, the very good Tunisian. There's good Australians, good Chinese, of course, good Japanese, good Mexicans. But it's showing that the European men can certainly hold their own in this particular discipline of athletics. course, the Spaniards. Spain won the marathon mixed relay title with Alvaro Martin, the two-time world champion from Budapest, linking up with Maria Perez. I'm slightly sad that Alvaro Martin chose to retire at the end of the year, notwithstanding a couple of outings for his club, retire from international athletics, but said he felt he'd achieved everything that he could, and indeed world titles, Olympic medal, gold medals. Hard for me to cast aspersions on his motivation for retiring, and still glad to see him turning out for his club as well, in club athletics. Gorbachev, the Ukrainian, in 7th place at the moment. There's the other two Italians, Coppola and Vidal, leading that second group. They're in 8th and 9th at the moment. Yaskinsky, the Pole, is up there as well. Also got Turkish and Hungarian athletes hanging on to the back of that second group. Zadula Begke and his Hungarian counterpart, Peter Schwartz. We'll switch away from the track for a brief moment as we have the medal ceremonies for the women's 20-kilometre race walk, which concluded about just under an hour ago. So, taking the bronze medal, European under-23 champion 2 years ago, Pauline Stey of France.
The silver medal with a time 1:28.05 from France, Clémence Bertin.
And taking 39 seconds off her best. Silver medalist. Her first medal of any description at a major international championship. Clémence Bertin. Taking her first major international gold medal after World Championship and European Championship medals of a different hue. It's Ludmila Olyanskov. Ukrainian, the first ever Ukrainian woman to have won at these European Racewalking Team Championships, or its predecessor, the European Racewalking Cup.
Gratulujeme a děkujeme. Ještě nezbytné společné foto a za malý okamžik nás čeká také vyhlášení týmové soutěže.
Well, there's the three medalists on the podium. All smiles. Back on the track. We'll have the team victory ceremony very shortly. So, Gorbachev just drifting back. Capello and Vidal, the two Italians now up on his shoulder. Jasinski as well. Eduardo Camerati also completing that chasing group as we go back to the victory ceremony, the victory dais. Just 3 to score, although everybody gets a medal. So the bronze medalists from Ukraine. Ludmila Polyanska, Maria Sakharuk, Valeria Sholomitska, and Elena Sobchuk. In the end, they put a bit of daylight between themselves and the 4th placed Italians. Well, Spain missed out by just 2 points on taking the gold medal, but the quartet of Antia Chamosa, Paula Juarez, Lydia Sanchez Puebla, and Lucia Redondo takes silver. Chamosa, the leading woman home for the Spaniards, 4th place. Juarez finishing 6th, and Sanchez Puebla finishing 7th. Those are the 3 scorers.
The gold medal with 15 points for Team France. That's it. Clemence Beretta, Anna de la Haye, Camille Mutar.
So with just 15 points, seen 2 of these women already on the podium just a few moments ago. Clemence Beretta and Pauline Stey. Anna de la Haye proved to be the crucial 3rd scorer, coming in 10th place and just giving France the team title in this particular race by 2 points. And they were augmented by Camille Moutard, a former European under-23 bronze medalist, and completing the lineup. Well, just the 5th ever gold medal for France in the history of these championships and the European Race Walking Cup. And the very first one for women. Previously, Johan Deniz won the 20 kilometres in 2007 and then the 50 kilometres in 2013 and 2019. There was a 50 kilometre gold back in 2000 for the French, but this is the first ever women's gold medal for France at the European Race Walking Team Championships, and before that the European Race Walking Cup. So now back to the action. So the leaders went through 4 kilometres in 15:54 and then 5 kilometres in 15:98. Sorry, 19:58. It's been a long day. Getting my numbers scrambled. Just gone through 6 kilometres now. .23:48. Dispiato making his move just after 4 kilometres, just throwing the gauntlet down. He's now got an advantage of 30 seconds over Querel Serrano. And this a presentation for an invitational meeting, which coincides with the European Championship as well, because the annual Podebrady meeting is run in conjunction with European Race Walking Team Championships every 2 years at the moment. So it's the same trio of medalists that you saw before. Stay in the bronze medal position, Beretta in silver and Oljanovska in gold. Hopefully we'll get back to the action on the track as quickly as possible. But in addition to their medals that they got earlier, all of them have got quite a collection. They get splendid silverware. This Bohemian region, that's one of their specialities, one of their calling cards, shall we say. Fantastic glassware. So this is the man in second, Querel Serrano. Dispiato, long way out in front at the moment. Spain in second, third and fourth place at the moment, pretty much stranglehold on the team competition. Just remember, 2 to score, only 2 to score in the junior races. And that move by Dispiato there, you can see him, the swept back hair. So as things stand at the moment, he's on course for a time well under 40 minutes. And some of the leading protagonists like Ricard and Picard been very quick to acquire 3 cards. Both men will have been in the penalty zone. If they haven't already been in, they're going to get pulled into the penalty zone, which is just a few hundred metres before the cross finish line. We saw that in the women's race where Mihai was 4th, served a 2-minute penalty and came out and finished 8th on the last lap. There is no stopping Dispiato. 27:43 for this flying Italian. Well, it's been a great day so far for Italian race walking. They've already had 3 titles to their name. That was a 3:55 lap. So He's still lapping at well under 4 minutes a kilometre. Just a question now to see what's his advantage, whether it's grown from the 30 seconds at 6 kilometres to what it's at when Querel Serrano crosses the line. Don't really need to look at your watch. I know my friend Tim Hutchings always wonders why athletes are looking at their watches in marathons and major road races when they can see the clock. And I have a feeling that I'm going to say something fairly similar during the course of this race. Oh, somebody's having problems with their ankles there. That looks like one of the Hungarians. So there's a 48-second advantage for Giuseppe Di Spiato. That is massive. Di Spiato, at this moment in time, is well on his way to setting a world-leading time, championship record. There's a look back down the field. And you see there Montfort served a 1 minute penalty, I should say. He went in third place, came out in 7th out of the penalty zone. Gonzalez in 3rd place has got 2 red cards as well, but the 2 leaders, Di Sabato and Querel Serrano, no problems for them. No red cards whatsoever. So Di Spiato is dropping his arm there, just wondering if he's just getting a bit of lactic acid. He's coming round. He's absolutely dominating this race since he broke away just after 4 kilometres. So that's another 3:56 lap. So 3:55, 3:56. Di Sabato already has the Italian under-20 record with his 40:32 from last year, which he clocked at the World Race Walking Team Championships in Antalya in Turkey, but he's on course to absolutely turn that to dust. So Querel Serrano crosses the line. Over a minute advantage for Di Spiato. It looks as though we've lost Gonzalez maybe to the penalty zone. I'm wondering if this is the first the two Italians. Yes, Vidal and Coppola battling away for the bronze. Vidal looks as though he's broken away from his colleague. As we look at the leading Italian, Disbarto. Well, he's going to zoom up the European all-time list. Unfortunately, it's rather heavily populated by Russian walkers at the top end, and I don't think I'm saying anything too controversial by saying there's a credibility issue over a lot of those names. But Disbarto certainly stamping his authority on this race. Serrano Querel having a good race as well. Might well be on course for personal best if he can just keep his rhythm going. Just 2 kilometers to go. Disbarto at the moment, though, looking in the region of around 39:30, which will be a tremendous effort. He's the two men in the bronze medal position at the moment. Leading the way, Nicola Vidal. And just behind him on his shoulder, Alessio Coppola. Nothing to choose between the two Italians in third place at the moment. Vidal took a bronze last year, the European Under-18 Championships. He's still only 17 years of age. He's on course as well to absolutely smash his personal best today. So, he'll hear the bell. He's on the final lap. 35:35 as he crosses the line with a kilometre to go. And that was a 3:56 lap again. He's constantly lapping under 4 minutes. This man, well, he's about a minute behind. And you can just tell from his rhythm and his cadence, he's not closing that gap at all. Getting plenty of support though. Spanish have brought a large contingent. Looks like Vidal has just broken away from Coppola. Oh no, it's Coppola who's done. Indeed, it's Coppola who's broken away from his teammate Vidal. I got the Italians the wrong way round. No doubting at all about Disbarto at the front. Look at that. Gap there of 1:16. So Disbarto has increased his advantage on that last lap by more than 10 seconds over Querel Serrano, who himself is having an outstanding performance. Coppola just breaking away from Vidal in that battle for the bronze. And the team rankings with Gonzalez having come through after serving a 1-minute penalty. He's come back in 5th place. It's Italy at the front with 4 points. And 7 points to Spain. That's 1 and 2 at the moment in the team competition. Camarati, the Portuguese, has walked very well, walked very steadily. He was at the back of that secondary group during the first half of the race. But he's up there. Gorbachev as well. There's one of the Irishmen being lapped, as is the Lithuanian. This is a lap of honour almost for Disbarto. He's flying. Getting encouragement from the Italian coaching staff. Well, calls Casario Dionio home, trains in Bari, and his training has clearly been going very, very well. It's also worth noting that none of the first four on the road at the moment have got a single red card to their name. So good technical warning from Disbarto, Querel Serrano and Coppola, the men in the medal positions, as well as Vidal, who's still up there in fourth place. And he's coming round. Well, this has been an absolutely phenomenal performance from the Italian Giuseppe Disbarto. And Disbarto takes the victory in a stunning 39.28. That absolutely smashes his own Italian under-20 record. What a performance from Giuseppe Disbarto. And he doesn't look too out of breath either, does he? Well, his nearest rival is well over a minute in arrears. And this just adds lustre to this day in Czechia for the Italian racewalking squad. They've already got 3 gold medals, and a 4th has come thanks to Giuseppe Disbarto. But this man, Juan Querel Serrano from Valencia, is well on his way to silver medal. Andrea Coppola trying to close him down. He's had a good couple of kilometres. I think the road's going to run out for him. Not got enough time to reel in. The Spaniard grabs quite well-worn flag. I wonder if that's the one that Maria Perez had earlier, or Sofia Santa Cruz. He takes the silver medal for Spain. Oh, he missed the rubber duck. Or chicken, I should say. Never mind. Some kindly official has tossed it over to him, the Spanish good luck charm. And Andrea Coppola takes the bronze in a personal best of 41.09. Querel Serrano just 4 seconds outside of his best, but I'm sure we're going to see many, many more personal bests. Nicola Vidal, 4th in a personal best of 41.22. Gonzalez missed it out. Might well have done a bit better if he hadn't have been so technically inefficient and had to spend time in the penalty zone. Just looking at it, I thought Gonzalez had spent time in the penalty zone, but he's only just picked up 2 red cards. So he disappeared backwards about 2/3 of the way into the race, and I thought he'd been brought into the penalty zone, but no, just went through a bad patch. Camarate does well, moving up into 6th place, the Portuguese athlete. And see there, it is looking very much like subject to confirmation. It's Italy taking the team honours as well, just ahead of Spain. Still waiting to see who might get on the podium and take the bronze. Gorbachev and Yasinski coming through. So it's really wide open for the team bronze. This is Richards, who did spend a minute in the penalty zone. Moravsky, well, 2 Ukrainians home. That's 17 points. And I think it's looking like Ukraine may be on the podium once again in the team competition, taking the bronze. Just calculating, yes. Neither the Portuguese nor the Polish can overtake them now. Some good efforts from Saltis of Greece and Seamus Clark of Ireland in second, 12th and 13th place. Saltis taking more than 2 minutes off his best. Clark just over a minute. There's the other Irishman out on the course at the moment, Matthew Newell. There we have confirmation of the team standings. Italy with 4 points, thanks to Disbarto and Coppola. Spain, 7 points, thanks to Querel, Serrano and Gonzalez. And Ukraine, scoring pair of Horbachev in 7th place and Muravsky in 10th. They get the bronze. Poland just missing out. As the rest of these race walkers come through, whole succession of personal bests. That was Ferreira just coming through. So just a few back markers still to come through. We'll take a short break. The next race, the very last race of this wonderful third edition of the European Race Walking Team Championships, is the senior men's 20 km, 20 kilometre race, and that comes up 1600 at the top of the hour as we look at Giuseppe Disbarto take the plaudits after that absolutely superb effort over 10 kilometres in the men's under 20 race. Well, that for my money is one of the finest under 20 performances I've seen. Still a few men just to come home. 31 starters. Just a few short. There's Portugal's, Poland's, I should say, Matthias Margiel coming home. And a few other men. We'll take a 12-minute break, more or less. Join us again at 5 to 4 local time in Podebrady. That's 2 hours ahead of Universal time. Well, the men are just being called to the start line for the very last event of this European Race Walking Team Championships. 38 men representing 17 different countries. It's the largest event on the programme today. A programme which already has been going rather a long time, since 7:30 this morning, but we're just coming up to 4 o'clock in the afternoon in Podebrady. That's Central European time. So we've already had 8.5 hours of action. Well, we've had a few breaks in the middle as well and a few victory ceremonies, but we've had some absolutely terrific race walking, including that 35-kilometre world record by Massimo Stano in the very first event of the day. Italy so far have been dominating proceedings. They've taken 5 of the 10 gold medals on offer so far. Spain have taken 3, Ukraine and France 1 apiece. Who's going to take the medals this time? Well, history suggests it's going to be Italy and Spain up in front. But here's Veli-Matti Partanen. Well, Partanen finished 6th at the World Championships in Budapest 2 years ago. Former European under-20 medalist as well. Here's Paul McGrath, European Championships silver medalist last year. Reigning European under-23 from 2 years ago. Fortunato, Francisco Fortunato, who impressed winning this event 2 years ago. Took a bronze last year in the European Championships in front of his home crowd. Also won, was part of the team at the World Race Walking Team Championships last year when he took the marathon relay title. And Perseus Karlström, a silver medalist in Budapest and a winner so often in Podebrady, considers it almost his second home. And representing Czechia, Adam Sajicek. 9th place at the European Under-23s in Espoo, which was won by Paul McGrath, who we've just seen. There's a whole host of very good other walkers in this competition as well. Spaniards, of course, always strong. Alvaro Lopez, Ivan Lopez, no relation, and Jose Manuel Perez could well challenge for the team title. Italy, well, Fortunato, accompanied by Antonella Corsi and Lomoschio. Could this be a battle like several of these races in terms of the team contest between Italy and Spain? Also got quite a few new emerging names and talents as well in here. So they're away 20 laps of this wonderful circuit. Lozensky Park in the very centre of Podebrady. Well, conditions are still almost perfect for quick race walking. Temperatures just dip back a little bit as we get towards the end of the afternoon. It's about 11 degrees centigrade now, but this is a wonderfully sheltered course, aided by the trees. We've got buildings nearby. A number of the hotel spas are right by the course. Over the years, well, This morning we saw the 6th world record in the Podebrady annual meeting history. Championship record held by Perseus Karlström, 1:18.54. Fortunato only just missed that championship record by 5 seconds 2 years ago. Karlström's time, there he is at the front, coming in 2021. Karlström also took what was the European Race Walking Cup title in 2019. 2 years ago he had to settle for second place though behind Fortunato, so he'll certainly be giving the Italian plenty of respect. Karlström first won in Podebrady back in 2016. And he's gone on to take the annual event title here over 20 kilometres on 3 further occasions in 2020, 2021 when it was held in conjunction with the European Race Walking Team Championships, and 2024. So can Karlström make it a 5th time triumph here in Podebrady? Now the Italian's showing very well at the moment. And the Turks up there. Not quite sure which the Turks. The Turks have actually sent a strong squad, including two men who've taken medals at age group level at European events. Very easy, even paced 4-minute lapping brings you home in 1 hour 20 minutes. So we'll be looking at lapping just inside 4 minutes from the leaders. Pushing the pace at this early stage, going through 1 kilometre just outside 4 minutes. And the French quartet. That's Gabriel Bourdier. Karlström has Korkmaz up there as well. That was the Turk who I was struggling to identify. It's entirely on me because I've seen Salah Korkmaz at quite a number of European events. World University Games gold medalist as well a few years ago. There's the rundown. Czech walker, who we saw a part of the presentation. 22nd position at the moment. So Bourdier pushing hard at this stage. credentials, Bordier. Some personal best recently in Budapest. Back in the World Championships in Budapest when he finished in the top 8 of 1:19.59. This is his first bouncing over 20 kilometres this year. So still Bordier determined to push the pace. 30 metres in front of the chasing pack, led by Karlström. Fortunato alongside Karlström. All the Spaniards up there. Bordier, 10th World Championships in 2023, just missed out on a medal at the European Championships last year, and he finished 4th in Rome. 2:57, so he was really pushing hard during that second kilometre. Karlström, Fortunato, McGrath, former European Race Walking Cup under-20 winner Leo Kopp up there as well. They're all 6 seconds in arrears. It was a 3:54 lap, the last lap from Bordier. So it's quick, but not brutally so. Certainly not by the standards of international race walking these days. Certainly not on this course. So, nice shot of the leaders there. Bordier leading the way. Big group behind him though, with most of the expected main medal contenders. See Kopp, Cosi as well as Fortunato up there for the Italians. All 4 Spaniards. Still Bordier flying away at the front. Karlström though, such an experienced competitor over various distances. He also entered the 35 kilometre, didn't make a decision on which event he was going to do until the very late stage. It was a huge pity that an ill-timed bout of coronavirus left him a little bit weakened at the Olympics last summer. Nevertheless, always very, very fine competitor at various distances. Also frequent competitor as well, doesn't shirk any competition. Fortunato bring up a good defence of his title at these early stages. Just coming around, just a few hundred metres away from crossing the 3-kilometre mark. It's still Bordier at the front. Just waiting for the official time, but that's another very quick lap from Bordier. .11:53. So that's a 3:56 lap. Not quite as quick as his second kilometre, but still pretty swift. Everybody else racing just a shade, a second or two per lap slower. It's 11 seconds now back to that main pack of Fortunato, Karlström, McGrath, the two Lopez's, Leo Kopp, Nikola Rushak as well from Ukraine, also up there. And already the field very well spread out. Kosenski Park. It's hosted 4 European Racewalking Cup or European Racewalking Team Championships. Hosted the World Racewalking Cup back in 1997, which was memorably won by Jefferson Perez, that Ecuadorian icon. Karlström, the reigning European champion over this distance. Men further down the field. Spain heavily packing in that leading group at the moment, leading the way. Italy and Turkey in the silver and bronze positions at the moment, but large part of the race still to unfold. Those positions could easily change even by the halfway point. Bordier just gone through the camera. Across the line after 4 kilometres. A few seconds inside 16 minutes. Karlström. Big, strong walker. His physique contrasts to some of the other men behind him who are, whether they're tall or short, quite often lanky, stringy individuals. But Carlson, I think he's almost could do pretty well in a middleweight boxing match. Bordier, 15:49, so exactly the same as the preceding kilometre, 3:56. It's almost metronomic walking at the moment from Gabriel Bordier. After that 4:03 opener, it's 3:54, 3:56, 3:56. And the field are just letting him go. Well, we've seen big leads overhauled in the men's 35-kilometre race. The women's 20-kilometre race unfolded in a very, very different fashion. Here's Frederick Weigl. Took a European under-18 title in Jerusalem back in 2022. Moved up, German international now, and of course, son of the East German walking great Ronald Weigl. Spain and Italy still battling for the medals. Should say the gold medals in the team competition after 4 kilometres. Don't need to be too good at maths to know that that's 20% of the race undergone. Still Karlström leading the chasing pack. I wonder what's going through their minds at the moment. Well, many of them very experienced, particularly Karlström, Fortunato. Just wondering whether they're expecting Bordier to come back, because this is a quick pace though, but it's not absolutely brutal. Bordier does have a sub 1:19 time to his name, albeit from 2 years ago in Budapest at those World Championships. World Championships where Perseus Karlström took the silver medal, finishing second, which is exactly the same position he's in at the moment. There's Bordier, just choosing the closest line to try and get his preferred drink. Oh, I think he's just gone for plain water, nothing too exciting or special. No electrolyte drinks. It's not too hot out there, he won't be too worried about dehydrating. It's just a case of keeping everything lubricated. Just replacing the fluids that he's lost. Though the only Frenchman in this competition, I'm a little bit surprised about that. I thought France would send a team, but Gabriel Bordier is the one man from France, so France will not feature in the team medals on this occasion. 1947, so 3:58 lap for Bordier at 5 kilometres. So he's operating at very roughly 1:19 pace at the moment. Partonen, who we saw presented, a little way back, as you can see, just going through 28 seconds in arrears. Background, you can hear the music that suggests we've got the penultimate set of medal ceremonies, which in this case is the men's under-20 race over 10 kilometres.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is the victory ceremony for the 10-kilometer race, men under 20. Silver medaile bude předávat pan starosta města Podebrady Roman Kurz, the mayor of the city of Podebrady, Mr. Groboš.
Well, climbing the podium in third place is Andrea Coppola. Improved his personal best by about 30 odd seconds to 41.09. Did a really good job. Pulled away from his fellow Italian, Nicola Vidal, in the closing stages of the race to clinch third place. Joel Querol Serrano, the Spaniard, just a couple of seconds outside of his personal best, taking the silver medal.
And the gold medal in the new national championship record.
But in one of the most impressive performances I've seen from a junior race walker for a very long time, Giuseppe Di Sabato. 39.28 for Di Sabato. A national record, championship record. And I'll tell you what, there'll be a lot of people looking at that performance wondering what the future holds for this young Italian.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy.
Well, Giuseppe Di Sabato becomes the third Italian to win the junior men's title at the European, what was the Race Walking Cup, and is now the European Team Champion, Race Walking Team Championships. Di Sabato follows in the footsteps of Riccardo Orsoni, who won in 2019, and Diego Giampaolo, who won 2 years ago. So Italy keep their hold on the European Under-20 team title. We'll have the team presentations in just a moment. It's one of the Lithuanians out in front. So now we turn our attention to the team presentation.
Dámy a pánové, na pódium opět přichází účastníci tohoto závodu v podobě 3 nejlepších týmů. So here are the team results for this year's 10-kilometer race, men under 20. Třetí místo,
So taking the bronze,
17 points, 17 bodů.
Ukraine trio of Roman Horbachov, Eduard Moravsky and Ilya Shevkovich. Horbachov getting his medal first. He finished 7th. Moravsky 10th. And completing the trio, non-scoring member of the team, Shevkovich.
Silver medal for 7 points. 7 bodů. Spain, Španělsko.
So the Spanish with just 7 points having a second medal hung around his neck and a second silver medal at that. It's Jean Carel Serrano. Alongside him, Pablo Gonzalez, who finished 5th. Daniel Montfort, who was expected to be one of the medal contenders, but fell foul of the rules and ended up having to serve time in the penalty zone. Montfort eventually finishing back in 18th place, despite having started as the fastest European this year prior to Giuseppe Desabato's heroics. And there's Desabato getting his second gold medal. Andrea Coppola, the bronze medalist in the individual race, and in 4th place in the individual race, but getting team gold, Nicola Vidal. Superb all-around performance from the Italians, with 3 in the first 4 home.
Dámy a pánové, ještě jednou si tedy vyslechněme na počest vítězného týmu italskou národní hymnu. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Italy.
Well, that's the 25th gold medal for Italy in the history of this event, going back to 1996. They stand on the all-time medal table behind just Russia and Spain. And they're starting to close in on Spain, who are in front of them. You wouldn't bet against Italy getting another gold medal, either in the individual or team contest in this race either. There's still a long, long way to go. Now Bordier still out in front by about 17 seconds at the 7-kilometre mark. Went through 7 kilometres in 27:37. Just produced the last kilometre, that 7th kilometre, a 3:52 kilometre, which is quite stunning. He still isn't managing to pull away by any great distance from that big chasing group behind him, led most of the time by Perseus Karlström. Francesco Fortunato's up there as well. McGrath, Paul McGrath showing, the Irishman. He's a Spaniard, I should say, but of Irish heritage. His father's Irish. When he first broke onto the scene at European age group events, a few people, including myself, who wondered whether the country affiliation was quite right, but no, indeed he is very Spanish. Spain at the moment leading the way by 3 points from Italy, and then Turkey. Well, they haven't got a medal yet, these European Race Walking Team Championships. Maybe they can get on the podium in this last event. There's Fortunato and Cozy up there. So he's now quite a significant dwindling of that group up at the front. Bordier just gone through 8 kilometers in 31:33, so another 3:56 kilometer. So it's Karlström, McGrath, Fortunato, Cozy, Rushak. We haven't really talked much about the Ukrainian, but he's up there doing well at the moment. And completing the 6 men in that chasing group, Alvaro Lopez. The men a bit further back. Demir just going through, just in front of him, the former under-20 winner, Leo Kopp. Antonelli and Ildiz there, racing together at the moment, the Turk and the Italian. Mentioned him a little bit earlier. Frederick Weigel, Partonen, having the best race of recent times. But this man is Bordier. He's on course for a personal best as things stand at the moment. Can he maintain this form? Can he maintain these comfortably sub 4-minute laps? Still Bordier forging ahead. It's now Perseus Karlström behind him, as you can see, has edged over, followed by Rushak. Some of the others, like McGrath and Fortunato, deciding not at this stage to take on board any liquids or sponge down. Bordier going through 9 kilometers. And that was a 3:53 lap. And that's the second fastest lap he's produced. His 7th kilometer, 3:52. Followed it up with 3:56 and now a 3:53. There's McGrath, Fortunato and Karlström, Rushak, Lopez and Cozy in the chasing 6-man group. So a word about Rushak in there, just 21 years of age. So he'll be eligible to compete in the European Under-23 Championships in July when they're staged in Bergen. improved his personal best in Dudinska to 1:21 exactly, finishing third in the Dudinska race in March, and followed that up pretty quickly 2 weeks later with a 1:21.36 to take the Ukrainian title. So, hasn't got many credentials, but really having a breakthrough year. Finished 6th at the last European Under-23 Championships in Espoo. It could well be up there amongst the medals this time around when we're off to Bergen. Prior to that, had a slightly modest international career. Rushak now, the 21-year-old Ukrainian, really in the thick of it, battling with the likes of Karlstrom and Fortunato. Cozy starting to struggle just a little bit. Fortunato, the defending champion from 2 years ago here in Podebrady, took the bronze in Rome last year over this very same distance at the European Championships. Bordier still rattling along at quite some pace. He's on course to be inside 39.30. It's a terrific effort from Bordier. Now, can he sustain it though over the second half of the race? That must be the question that's going through everybody's minds. Not just Bordier, but the men behind him. Bordier at the moment on course for a personal best, which came in the World Championships in Budapest. Bordier on 18:59 to his name at the moment. There's some of the men who've gone into the penalty zone, including Dede, the Turk. Bordier's got one red card to his name. That won't worry him too much at the moment. It's when you get to 2 that you start having to think about avoiding any technical errors that could see you into the penalty zone and ruin your chances of a medal. But at this stage, coming up to the halfway point, he's doing everything, well, nearly everything. He does have one red card, but nearly everything right. 39.24. So another 3:56 lap. 3:54 lap, I should say. Just getting my maths right. The others aren't losing a lot of ground, but they're lapping a second or so slower than Bordier. Gaps remaining fairly constant, give or take a second or so. Looking a bit further down the field. There's the standings as we are at the moment. Bordier, though, just about to come up and lap some of these people. Just remember, we're not even halfway in. We've just gone beyond halfway into the race. It's the chasers. And we can see Bordier, that's a bit of a foreshortening effect. Spain and Italy battling for the team gold at the halfway point. Turkey and Finland, of all people. Now that would be a big surprise to see Finland on the podium. Indeed, the man we're looking at, Partanen. He's one of his teammates, actually. Partanen's a bit further up the field. One of only two men to get a medal at these championships, going back to 1996. Partanen took a bronze in the under-20 race back in 2009. 16 years ago, Partanen stood on the podium. He's not going to really do it as an individual, but can he help Finland get a completely unexpected place on the podium? Alvaro Lopez. He's having a good race himself. There's Bordier through 11 kilometres. 43.17. So that's a 3:53 lap. Keep mentioning the laps just to emphasise how quick he's operating. But the distance hasn't changed between Bordier and the main men behind him. McGrath, Fortunato, Rushak, Karlström, Alvaro Lopez, and the second Italian, Andrea Cosi. Czech, lone Czech walker. He's a bit further down. He's in the 20s. Is Zashishek. Still Bordier. He's starting to pass a lot of the back markers. Here's McGrath now. Maybe he's decided it's time to try and close the gap on Bordier. Fortunato and Rushak following him. Well, Karlström was a little bit slow to respond to that surge. So too Cozy. So here's Adam Zashek. 26th position at the halfway point. About 2 minutes behind. A bit more than 2 minutes behind the leader. That's 11 kilometres. It looks as though he drifted back a couple of places. And it's now 2:50 in arrears. That was a tough kilometre for the local lad, Adam Zashek. Now almost 3 minutes behind this man, Gabriel Bordier. But Paul McGrath is starting to surge. Well, McGrath has a personal best almost a minute quicker than Bordier. He's still a bit of an unknown quantity, although he's had a couple of very good races recently. He's racing well ahead of expectations. Ukraine have got two men doing well in the top 10 at the moment. (47.14). So 3:57 for Gabriel Bordier. But that gap has almost halved in that last kilometre. McGrath has taken it from 15-16 seconds down to 8. Fortunato and Rushak have followed him. Kosi, Lopez and Karlström just finding the pace a little bit too hot to handle. It's a bit of a surprise to see Perseus Karlström drifting back, now down in 7th place. There's daylight between those three and the three men in front of him who are chasing down Gabriel Bordier very hard. So just think about it, Fortunato probably reeled off a lap of around 3:50. Full 6 or 7 seconds faster than the man in front of him. Bordier's still out there, still in front. As you can see now, Paul McGrath is starting to reel him in. And Bordier perhaps, yes, he's blowing out his cheeks. He's just looking a little bit tired now. Paul McGrath, fresh as a four-leaf clover from his father's homeland. There's Fortunato behind him. And now McGrath starting to put daylight between himself and the man who won here 2 years ago, Francisco Fortunato. As well as Mukula Rushak, the big surprise package. Well, Rushak at the moment is on for absolutely slaughtering his personal best. Karlström, you can just tell he's struggling just a little bit, albeit in very exalted company. Back down the field. Oh, now there's quite some distance between Fortunato and Rushak battling for third place, and Paul McGrath, who's almost up on the shoulder of Gabriel Bordier. Paul McGrath, well, they're going to go over the line after 13 kilometres, shoulder to shoulder. McGrath taking the inside line, almost cut off by Bordier. 51.09. So Bordier has a 3:55 lap. And McGrath, who started 8 seconds in arrears, I make it a 3:47 lap. Fortunato now 7 seconds in arrears of the leading pair. Not an insurmountable distance for a man of his calibre. But you have to say, McGrath now, yes, we've still got more than a third of the race to go, but he's looking very, very strong indeed. Rushak. Terrific performance from Rushak so far into this race, followed by Cozy Lopez. Lopez alongside the struggling ever so slightly Perseus Karlström. Caught us by a surprise a little bit, Karlström. Up there battling for the lead, and at the very least battling for the medals. Bordier, it's always a sign that things are not going quite your way when you start looking around and you're wondering who's behind you. No glancing over his shoulder for Paul McGrath though. Fortunato, Cozy's got up there. Just wondering whether Rushak is having a few stomach problems. We saw him there just holding his midriff just briefly. Well, we've seen Tokardi and Glennon of Hungary and Ireland respectively eliminated. 4 yellow cards. 3 gets you in the penalty zone, but a 4th gets you eliminated from the event. There's Korkmaz. This is Paul McGrath. He's leading the way at the moment. Bordier is just ever so slightly losing contact with the Spaniard. And this is a terrific performance from the Spaniard. Fortunato, Cozy and Rushak battling for third at the moment. Just wondering whether the 3 men in third, fourth and fifth at the moment are thinking about, can they reel in Gabriel Bordier? It's going to take a magnificent effort to reel in Paul McGrath, who's timed his attack to perfection. Crosses the line in 55 minutes exactly. That's a 5:51 lap. That's the quickest lap by a leader, although McGrath was lapping even quicker to bring in Bordier. Bordier now drifting back 3 seconds in arrears. Fortunato 9 seconds behind McGrath. So 6 kilometers to go. 23 to 24 minutes of race walking at this pace. There's some of the men in the middle of the field. Just remember there were 38 starters. This was the biggest race of the day, and from 17 different countries, including the host Czechia. We see there one representative, Adam Sashishek, getting lapped by Paul McGrath, which means he's 4 minutes in arrears. Rushak still having an outstanding race. Rushak's on course at the moment for a sub 120 clocking, which would be a big personal best by more than a minute. He's still got just under 7 kilometers to go. Fortunato at the moment also on course for a personal best. This is Cozy. So we saw a spate of personal bests in the men's and women's 35 kilometers, the first race of the morning. And I have a feeling we're going to see a lot in this race as well. It's not quite so true in the women's race, not quite sure why. Perhaps it was a little bit more of a tactical affair. And indeed, it was a very entertaining and interesting race, but not too many personal bests or national records in that particular event. But that hasn't been typical of this day, because there's been some absolutely flying performances. Korkmaz. And Gral getting into the lead. It's taken Spain comfortably into the lead in the team competition. Italy in second place at the moment. So McGrath backed up by Alvaro Lopez. Third and fourth, it's Francisco Fortunato and Andrea Cosi. Just had to glance down at the moment. I'd forgotten Cosi's given name. Bourdier 7 seconds in arrears now. That was a 350 lap. Karlström. Well, he's struggling, isn't he? Not his best day at the office for a man who's won 4 times in the past on this course. 35 seconds in arrears now. And it's looking as though he's not going to be on the podium on this occasion. This, by the way, is Paul McGrath's first outing over 20 kilometers this year. And the Finns doing well at the moment. They're in third place in the team competition. With this 3/4 point. Cosi's got in front of Fortunato now. He's starting to pull away. Now that's a big surprise. Andrea Cosi, European Under-23 Championship silver medalist, behind Paul McGrath 2 years ago in Espoo. So McGrath's moved on. We weren't quite expecting this performance though from Andrea Cosi. He'll take the national title though. There's Bordier, still in second place at the moment. He's going to have to work hard over this final 4 and a bit kilometres to hold off the Italians. He's grimacing. Just look at that, Cosi. He's almost got Bordier. I have a feeling that Bordier's time is up. Very, very slowly. It's all coming to an end as far as medal ambitions for Gabriel Bordier. After that really ambitious first half of the race. McGrath still flying along. That was a 3:48 lap for McGrath. He's really just pouring it on. Bordier's drifting backwards. Cosi now has got Bordier in his sights, but I don't think there's very much he can do with 4 kilometres to go about challenging Paul McGrath for gold. Well, McGrath's got 1 red card at the moment. Cosi just picked up a 2nd red card, so needs to take a little bit of care. Bordier's also got 1 red card, but looks as though he's flagging. So there's nothing that could really impinge on Paul McGrath over these final 4 kilometres. And this would be McGrath's first major senior title. As the under-20 champion over 10,000 metres on the track in 2021 in Tallinn. 2 years ago in Espoo, took the under-23 title on the roads. Is he set for his first major senior title at these European race walking team championships? Took the European under 23 title in magnificent fashion 2 years ago. I'm watching it and it looks as though there's a bit of a changing of the guard as well in Spanish race walking. Alvaro Martin retiring, leaves the door open for Paul McGrath to really cement his place as the number 1 in Spanish race walking, although Alvaro Lopez may have something to say about that, and Ivan Lopez as well. Nevertheless, at the moment, all eyes are on this man, Paul McGrath. You can see there, confirmed, Cosi has 2 red cards. A couple of men disqualified. Bordier still hanging on to 2nd place though. Cosi can't quite reel him in. Fortunato still looks as though he's looking comfortable, operating well within himself. I'm just wondering whether he's setting himself up for a flying last couple of kilometres. However, I don't think there's much he can do about Paul McGrath at this stage. So 3 kilometres to go. McGrath going through the 17-kilometre checkpoint. 1:06.26. That's another 3:48 kilometre. Good heavens, he's really just pressed the accelerator, didn't he? At about 14 kilometers. Bordier still holding off Andrea Cosi, but the men behind Paul McGrath just drifting backwards. They've got nothing to answer to McGrath's brilliant turn of speed in these closing kilometers. Fortunato starting to lose contact with Cosi. Rushak drifting back as well, but he's still having a great race. Alvaro Lopez now a minute in arrears. Still could just about sneak in under 120. Lopez has a personal best of 1:20.20, and the man in sixth, like Rushak in fifth, still on course for personal best. If he's got anything left in the tank over this last 2 and a bit kilometers. But McGrath, well, he's got plenty left in the tank. Kopp having a good race. He's 2 minutes in arrears of McGrath, but could well be on personal best form as well. 1:21.16. The German down in 8th place at the moment. So as I said before, I think we're going to see a whole spate of personal bests. McGrath. Just coming up, when he crosses the line next time, he'll have 2 kilometers to go. A bit of a tall order for McGrath to beat Francisco Fernandez's Spanish record of 1:17.22, but just keep that in mind, because the way McGrath's racing at the moment, it might not be completely out of sight. 1:10.21. So 3:55, just slowed ever so slightly there. So we're looking at something around the 1:18 mark now for McGrath, if he can keep lapping at these sort of times, somewhere between 3:50 and 3:55. His mark, which has been on the books since 2003, probably is safe for today. I'm just wondering whether McGrath is going to really work hard over the final 2 kilometers, try and beat his best of 1:17.55. McGrath was only a couple of months old when Fernandez set his Spanish record back in March 2002. Bordier. Well, Cosi has had to slip back. It's Fortunato now that's overtook him, but Bordier still I thought he was going to just collapse and go backwards. Glad I didn't air those thoughts at the time, because he's gritted his teeth and he's hung on and he's still in there in the silver medal position. And he's on course for big personal best as well. French record, 1:17.02 by Johan Diniz. That's not going to be his today. But should give him confidence that it might just be there if he can carry on this progression. Not much between Spain and Italy in the battle for medals. Really is going to come down to third place men. We've got, oh dear, Rushak starting to look very pained. Here's some of the back markers as we see. That wasn't Rushak. I do owe the Ukrainian team an apology. That was one of the men that McGrath is probably very shortly going to lap. Confusing him with Rushak. So little more than a kilometre to go for Paul McGrath. This is the point where he's going to pick up the Spanish flag in about 4 minutes' time, perhaps a little bit quicker than that. This has been a wonderful effort from McGrath. (1:14.14), so a 3:53 lap. He's not slowing, he's getting slightly quicker if anything. So it's going to be a tough call for McGrath to beat his personal best of 1:17.55, but he doesn't have to save anything now. He's just got 1 kilometre to the finish line. Gabriel Bourdier, all credit to Bourdier. After he was overtaken by Paul McGrath, he could easily have mentally thrown in the towel, but he stuck it out. And Bourdier just looked down the road. He's just hanging on in there. Bourdier at the moment looking to slice over half a minute off his best. Fortunato, well, he could even get a best. So there's Paul McGrath. There's Rushak as well, without a doubt, short of any major calamity over the course of this last lap. Rushak also looking as though he's set for a big personal best, probably in the region of about 2 minutes. Rushak very close to the Ukraine national record. Ukraine national record 1:18.37 from Ruslan Dimitrenko in the 2014 World Cup. Here's McGrath now. about a minute away from crossing the line. He's got about 250 meters to go. Now, don't ease up. Grab the flag and just keep going. Now Fortunato's caught Bordier. Fortunato did leave something in the tank, and he's... God, look at the agony on Bordier's face. He's almost limping his way around these last few hundred meters. Fortunato left it late. He couldn't stay with McGrath, but he's got himself into the silver medal position. And just look how tight that's going to be for the team golds. But Paul McGrath comes round the last corner here in Podebrady. Oh, he's not bothering taking the flag. He's not going to stop. He's going straight for the line. And it's going to be Paul McGrath who takes the men's 20-kilometre title. Superb effort from Paul McGrath over that final third of the race. Francisco Fortunato comes home. That's a personal best for the Italian. The Italian's taken quite a chunk of time off his personal best. Bordier, well, first ever major international medal for Gabriel Bordier, and a personal best as well for the French. Well, Bordier, he might have lost the silver medal about 400 meters from the line, but he's rewarded with a personal best and on the podium at his first major, for the first major international medal. Personal best as well for Andrea Cosi. Mikola Rushak, that's over 2 minutes off Rushak's best, and he's just 21 years of age. He's going to go forward to the European Under-23 Championships, the Ukrainian, as the favourite in my book anyway. So 2 Italians home, 6 points for the Italians. We know that his Spaniards well at the top 10 as well. And there he is, Alvaro Lopez. So 2 Italians, 2 Spaniards home. This is getting exciting now as far as the team competition is concerned. Perseus Karlström, inside 120 on a bad day. That just shows you the talent of the Swede. Not in the medals today, but nevertheless, a really gutsy, strong performance from Karlström. And coming off the back of a disappointing summer, following on from his European title, catching COVID, not being at his best at the Olympic Games. He's finding his way back to form. I wouldn't bet against him when we're getting to the events later in the summer. Some of the big international races and perhaps the World Championships. Leo Kopp, big personal best for the German as well. That takes more than a minute off his time. Now these 3 Spaniards home. First, 6th and 9th. That's 16 points. I make it unofficially that they take the team title by 1 point from the Italians, but we'll wait for confirmation. No, I think it's going to come down to a tie-break indeed, in which case the Spaniards do get it as well. So the Italian trio of Fortunato, Cosi and Antonelli in 10th place. Good effort as well from the Irishman in 11th. David Kenny. Probably was looking for something closer to 120, but nevertheless a good effort from the Irishman. Look at that. 4 Italians in the top 12. Only 3 to count though. We'll wait for confirmation. But by my reckoning, subject to confirmation, the Spaniards do take the team title as well. McGrath, no personal best for him, but it is a championship record. Of course, this championship only 3 editions old, having migrated from being the European Racewalking Cup. And the rest of the men are still coming in after that superb race. Let's hear a few words from the winner.
So, what was the crucial moment for you where you felt, I am good, I can do it now? Was it like the 12th kilometer when you started to speed it up?
Yeah, 12, 11, I just felt myself very good, and I think the rhythm was quite a good rhythm, so I just went for it, didn't look back, went for Gabriel Bordier, and that's it.
This is a race with a very, very long tradition. What does that mean to you, that your name will be written here in Podebrady as one of the winners?
I think it's a very cool thing, you know, to have my name and surname there here. So maybe I'll come back in like 20 years, 30 years with my, future, children, and show them that his father did something great a few years back. So quite cool.
Thank you very much. Congratulations once again to Paul McGrath. Takže Paul mluvil o tom, že...
So the men are still coming in. 19 men home now. The big question is, who's taken the bronze? We know gold and silver has gone to Spain and Italy, although there's still a bit of a doubt in which order. As I say, I think it's come down to the tie-break rules, with both teams having 16 points. But I think the Spaniards have got it. But who's taken the bronze? Well, Finns have done well. They've got 3 men in the top 20. Could it be just the 3rd medal ever in the history of these championships and their predecessors, the European Racewalking Cup for Finland? The first ever team medal it would be as well. The Hungarians have got 3 in 23. So it's going to be tight for that bronze medal. But, whoever's on the podium in 3rd place, it's going to be quite a way away from the top 2. This is Adam Zašišek. It's been a tough second half of the race for the Czech walker. He's doing well over the first half of the race, up close to the top 20, but he's drifted back a little bit, quite a few places over the second half of the race. Coming home, rounding the corner. 7 minutes behind the winner. He will come home in 26th place. So 2.5 minutes outside of his best, but very proud to perform in his national vest in front of friends and family. And this Leszensky Park has witnessed some fantastic performances today. One of the walkers who's still got another lap to go, another 4.5 minutes of walking as we look at the highlights of Paul McGrath. Finger raised skyward, number 1. And indeed today he does come home in 1st place for his first major senior title. Paul McGrath wins the 2025 European Athletics Race Walking Team Championships. Francisco Fortunato closed him down over the course of the last few hundred meters, overtook this man, Gabriel Bourdier, for the silver medal. Bourdier coming home very tired, but very happy with the bronze medal. His first major senior international medal, and a personal best to boot for both Fortunato and Bourdier. There's the confirmed results. Personal best for 6 men in the top 8, and a championship best for Paul McGrath of 1:18.05 for the Spaniard. More personal bests down the line. Antonelli of Italy in 10th place, breaking 1:21 for the first time. Jokinen, the Finn, taking more than a minute off his best. Harver as well, shaving a few seconds off his best, the other Finn. So we've still got a few men out on the course, but those are the leading results. And indeed, Spain do get it on the tiebreak. And Hungary, well, I was wondering who was going to take the bronze, and they get it by just 2 points from Finland. Well, that's a momentous result for the Hungarians. They've only ever won one previous medal, and that was back in 1998. Maria Ruza-Obanek taking second place in the women's, what was then 10K. But Hungary on the podium, taking a very surprising but very well-deserved bronze medal in the team competition over the 20K, behind the winners Spain and Italy. Spain just getting it on the tiebreak rules, which is the third place finisher finishing higher than the people who than the Italians, the team that you're having your tie broken with. So we hope you've enjoyed what's been a long but very enjoyable day that started no less than 9 hours ago with the men's and women's 35 kilometres. We saw a world record in the men's 35 kilometres from Italy's Massimo Stanu, and we've had some fantastic performances, several championship records. But it's time for me, Phil Minchell, to say good afternoon to you, and we hope you've enjoyed the live stream of this European Race Walking Team Championships. Join us again next Saturday evening for the European 10,000 metres Cup, coming to you from Passy in France. And there's plenty more action on the European Athletics channels coming up over the course of the summer. We've got the European Team Championships coming to you from Madrid, all 4 days, every single minute. That's coming up the 26th to the 29th of June, and then after that, the European Under-23 Championships in July from Bergen in Norway, and the European Under-20 Championships from Tampere in Finland in August. They're all just waiting for you. It's going to be a wonderful summer of athletics on the European live streaming channels. See you soon.
Dámy a pánové, máme za sebou velké dramatické dění na trati. Ještě ale program tady v Podebrady samozřejmě nekončí, protože je před námi ten vyhlašovací ceremoniál, kterého bychom měli mít taky zhruba za nějakých 30-40 minut po 18. hodině přijde na řadu ceremoniál, který uzavře celé dění v rámci letošního ročníku evropského týmového šampionátu tady v Podebrady. Takže pokud můžete, ještě úplně odchází, kde ještě přijdou borci, kteří si zaslouží váš potlesk na stupni vítězů. Budeme vyhlašovat 3 nejlepší v rámci evropského týmového šampionátu závodů jednotlivců, potom družstva a potom ještě vlastně stejná 3 jména v rámci výkliku Podebrady Walking. 3 jména, která budou zapsána do historie toho výkliku v čele s Polem Fengdátem, který se stane španělským vítězem. Jehož jméno nebude chybět v historických zápisech a je to opravdu po dlouhé době, protože naposledy tady vyhrál Španěl Luis Manuel Czech v roce 2007, takže přestože Španělé patří k absolutně nejlepším borcům na světě a v Evropě a jsou tady často, tak ne vždycky se jim povede ten závod vyhrát, přestože jsou tady vždycky velmi silné sestavy v historii španělských chodců, kromě Porčeta je zapsán ještě Jesus Miguel Garcia, který tady vyhrál zlatý světový pohár v roce 97, to byla ještě 50. A jestli se dobře dívám, to je všechno, takže teprve 3. španělské jméno zapsané mezi vítězi.
Protože se jedná o mistrovství Evropy v kluci družstev, tak samozřejmě v každém závodu jsme sledovali pečlivě a průběžně také týmové soutěže. A v podstatě to největší drama přišlo až nakonec, protože tady mezi Španěli a Italy, mezi těmito 2 největšími evropskými velmocemi, tedy zde v Podebradech, došlo absolutní shodě, protože trojici Španělů i trojice Italů nasbírala shodný počet 16 bodů. V případě Španělů za první, 6. a 9. místo a Italové skončili na 2., 4. a 10. pozici. A nakonec tedy o prvenství Španělů rozhodlo to druhotné kritérium, a to je umístění nejlepšího závodníka, a tím je tedy Španěl Paul Fengdat, celkový vítěz tohoto závodu. Takže pořadí týmů: první Španělsko, 2. Itálie, 3. Maďarsko. V těsném souboji porazili Maďaři Helebrand, Benjarčan a Todt trojici Finů. O 2 bodíky, 50 versus 52. A na 5. pozici skončili Turci až 6. Poláci. Polská trojice Novak, Šídl a Lutz. Ještě se vrátíme k tomu individuálnímu hodnocení, protože teď došlo několik závodníků do cíle, celkem 3 v rychlém sledu. Nejprve to byl na 36. pozici Lukas Vlastevičus z Litvy. Na 37. místě Kacper Lux, polský reprezentant, a druhý Litevec Auras Jokubas Grincevičius, ten je 38. 15 sekund za ním, končí 39. Tomas Holliger z Rakouska. No a celé startovní kolo, tedy výsledkovou listinu přesně řečeno, na 40. místě uzavře Oleksij Poliščuk z Ukrajiny.
zase jednou někam vyrazit. Ale sama.
Dosažením svého cíle splníte svůj dosah. Každou vaši aktivitu proměníme ve finanční podporu těm, co ji přes nás. Jsme s vámi.
Takže.
Jsme Czech, výhradní provozovatel přenosové soustavy České republiky, která tvoří páteřní síť elektrizační systému. Přenášíme elektřinu z elektrárny k domů a nepřetržitě
Máte to. Máte to.
podporujeme inovace a tvoříme energetiku budoucnosti.
Teda palit ty kamery.
Říkal, že potom přijít, ale
Potřebujeme jídlo, ale budeme se najíst, než to doděláme.
tam bych se nešel, nejsou učili.
Nevolíte? Ne, to si nebudete mluvit. Počkej, kvůli Sondrou balit, jestli už Sondra nešel.
Šel, ale on potřebuje klíče od Fordu.
No, tak komu to řekl?
Teď tobě?
Jo, ale tak
Komu jinému bych to asi říkal?
to jsem nerozuměl. Takže jo? Co potřebuješ z Fordu?
Asi, aby mohl stříčit fotkou.
Ovladačka. Ale ovladačka je myslím v tom. Jo, je ve Fordu. No, ale zatím musíte balit stejně tu řetickou. Si tady bude ještě vyhlášení, jo? Musí, než budete balit nakonec tu kartovou.
To musíš zavolat.
No. Takhle na to ještě bude a tady někdy pomůže s řetízkama dolů a zbalíte něco dolů. Halo? Prosím tě, dá vám teda klíče od Fordu. Vojtovi. Ale prostě stejně nejdřív řetízkou uděláte dolů, ne? No, správně. No, je to na tobě takticky, no. Ale velkou už letím rád. No, dobrý, tak už tam jde s klíčema. Dobře. No, to je dobrý. Tak jo? Pojď, co další?
No, a já ještě potřebuji ty
bumy, jak se s ním domluv. Sjedeš to s ním a on si, když tak tam měli potom.
Kde jsou ty čumáky? Tam jsou ty fůzy.
To nerozuměl, tamhle jsou čumáky. Taky jsem ti říkal, že si máme přijít na spolku.
Ne, ty jsi říkal, že mi doneseš, když jsi šel do týdne.
Ne, že
jo, to řekl.
jdeš, takže si mezi do spolku. A domluv se s ním, když tě bude chtít, protože bude potřebovat si jet s těma kočkama, tak tam musíš vejít. Tak ty bubny tam
A kde on je teď?
Co?
Kde on je teď?
No jestli dones kameru, to ještě nedones. Já nevím, kde je kamera, já jsem si ji zbalil. Asi nezbalil. Měl velkou.
Ne, zbalil ji, dal...
Jeden kufr tady chybí.
Dal do auta, ale...
Co?
Stáhnul do auta.
Statek. Do kterého auta? Jo, a i kameru tam dal.
vám v parku, já si tady teď v režii potřebuji vyprostit optiku. A už budu mít ten zadek zabalený.